All right, guys. Welcome. Oh my God. Welcome back to the stream. I'm sorry if I seem very flustered immediately because my streaming software just glitched out again. And don't, I can't see anything. So, guys, once again, starting the stream with some technical difficulties. Oh, this is so annoying. Um, is everything good? I need the chat to let me know. Welcome to the channel. I'm just going to assume everything's good. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Unknown, you're saying it's all good. Everybody's saying it's good. Okay. Yeah, wow, that's very annoying. I don't know why it does that, man. I don't know why it does that. But yeah, thank you for being here. We have Jake Skew 27. Before I could even say anything more, he comes in, he drops a membership. Jake Skew, thank you so much, my friend, for kicking off the membership train today. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jake Skew. Already starting us off with a membership gift. Love to see it, man. Thank you so much. My software is a little glitched out right now. I don't know why. I would really love to know what's causing it. I feel like there's always technical issues with my streams. Saying the Tekken 8 demo is good. Yeah, I'm going to be trying that out as well. Yeah, I think that went live today, didn't it? Yeah. But I have a super chat from New Soul 9. He says, MBG, did you get the chance to check out the Deficit Myth by One Dime or Second Thoughts? I really recommend it. It'll change your whole view on economics. So I actually did check out the I did look it up and I saw that there was like a TED talk, I think from the person who wrote the book. So I listened to it, and yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting how it's like it definitely gets you thinking. You know, the thing that really kind of stood out to me is how she basically said that it just seems like there's just not enough resources, like just literally not enough people to like fill all these positions. If they were just, if everything was just made like, okay, everything's going to be taken care of. It's like, but do we have enough people with the level of expertise needed to run that? You know what I mean? On that scale, it's really, yeah, it's definitely really interesting. For sure, man. So, New Soul 9, thank you for the recommendation, man. And thank you for all of the support here on the channel. I'm going to give you guys a rundown of the topics that we're going to be talking about over the course of today's show. I'm going to let you know the PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium games that are on offer because that was just revealed. But we're also going to be talking about, and this is going to be the main topic that I want to focus on, is how PlayStation is crushing it right now. And it is disheartening to see so many people complaining so much and, kind of just flat out hating on PlayStation so much when they're actually doing some pretty awesome things out here. And I'm not saying they're not getting credit for it, but it's like, man, we just live in a time where people who are ready to scream and complain about things, which don't get me wrong, there are times to do that. Like there are times where we have to say something about PlayStation if they're messing up, right? And we have to be very vocal about that. But it just seems like I'm not seeing enough love for this incredible God of War DLC that Sony just dropped for free. That is like, I don't want to oversell it, but it is punching so much above its weight. It's insane. And it kind of got me thinking, and it made me realize that this is a recurring pattern we've been seeing with PlayStation, where it's like, here's an awesome AAA game, single player game, and oh, by the way, maybe like a couple months later, or like a year later, here's like a free DLC. It's like, oh, that's nice, thank you for that, and then you play it, and you're like, holy shit! Like I like people make it seem like there's something wrong with saying I can't believe this was given to me for free. There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying that because this is content that you can tell a lot of time, effort, love, and care went into it, and they could absolutely charge for it. And I'm shocked that they're not. And so I kind of just want to highlight how this is again, people are very quick to be very critical of all the nickel and diming Sony seems to do. But, as soon as they come out here and give us a substantial free DLC, well, you know what? I'm seeing more people obsessed with the fact that, oh, Spider-Man 2 didn't win any Game Awards. I'm seeing people obsessively talk about that. Meanwhile, they're completely ignoring this. They're completely ignoring that Sony just came out here and dropped one of the best DLCs for any of their games that they've ever released for free. For free. But we'll just kind of sweep that under the rug, won't we? Yeah, dude. PS Gamer, that's true. You said to me yesterday that the DLC was your game of the year for 2023. And I mean, it sounds a bit extreme, but dude, so I need to be a little bit transparent here. I have not beaten it yet. I've put some time into it, and I'm gonna continue playing it. I have to admit that the bait got me, man. The clickbait got me. I kept seeing stuff pop up on my channel when I'm just scrolling through YouTube, where it's like pictures of. Well, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but just pictures of some of the stuff that occurs in this DLC. And I couldn't resist. And I'm like, what the hell am I looking at in this thumbnail? And I started watching something. I'm like, holy shit, this is awesome. Like, I'm just like, this is actually, I can't believe. Like, I was just like kind of looking around, like, dude, this is crazy that they just kind of shadow dropped this. They just straight up like shadow dropped this. Or like, here you go, man. Here's like one of the best pieces of story for Kratos that we've ever created and ever made. Here you go. And the game, I mean, obviously the game, it's a roguelite, the gameplay, from what I played of it so far, it's very good. It's very well done. I'm actually impressed. There's like more love and care put into it than I just wasn't expecting it, dude. I wasn't. And I love that. I just love what PlayStation is doing with these like free DLC drops where it's like, please continue this. Did I see the Digital Foundry GT7 versus Forza? GT7 crushes Forza Motorsport. Crazy, a cross-gen game crushes a next-gen GT, I think a next-gen Forza. I did see that. Like, I saw the video pop up, and I was like, man, that's like an hour and 10 minutes, so it's kind of an investment to watch it. But Jake, you're saying you're off to work. Well, dude, I appreciate you stopping by, man. Thank you for the membership. But yeah, I saw this and I didn't watch it. But what I basically gathered from it is again, I was like reading through all the comments, and I saw it on Twitter as well. I saw that Digital Foundry posted it. Basically, it seems like GT7 kind of crushed Forza Motorsport. Like pretty badly. And I'm not surprised. I'm not. Like, and you know why? Because like what people were saying is that GT7, and I'm not saying this. I'm just kind of like, it's anecdotal, but what people were saying is GT7 was created with like a passion. I mean, like real, genuine, like heart, like people who actually love racing, like it's their life, and it just kind of bleeds through. There's a level of passion put into this game to where Forza just seems to lack that, and GT Gran Turismo is the best-selling PlayStation game ever, so it's like I'm not surprised, man. Like it doesn't reach that status without really offering something substantial. Yeah, quality, man. I mean, so I'm not surprised. But it seems like Digital Foundry did really good work with that comparison. Seems like a lot went into it. Yeah, GT7 is also a museum for automotive. And we have Play Bounty coming in, dropping a membership gift as well, bringing us up to 2 members on the day, keeping this train rolling. Keeping it rolling. Thank you so much, Play Bounty. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
That's for you and Jake Skew. But I'm going to talk about this a little bit more extensively, but we also have another Insomniac leak. This is something that people came across where apparently there is a multiplayer Spider-Verse game in development at Insomniac. This is quite significant to me. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the PlayStation 5 Pro once again because we have another tech YouTuber kind of, giving their 2 cents and giving us, giving us their take on the leaked specifications. You're saying we knew this for years? I don't think so. Well, we knew that Insomniac was working on a multiplayer game for years, yes. But we didn't know it was a Spider-Verse game. Unless we did and I just didn't know. If we knew it was a Spider-Verse game, that's news to me. I could have missed that, but I think there was a lot of hints in like the job listings that this could be based in the Marvel or Spider-Man universe that they created. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. And then I want to talk about more. So we got more sales data, guys. I know some people are getting tired of hearing about the sales data, but now the European sales data came out, and let me just go over that first before we get into any of these other topics. But before I do that, I want to just thank everybody for being here. Thank you for watching the content. If you're watching the streams live or if you're watching them later on, big shout out to you guys. Have an incredible audience here, incredible support. It's very humbling, so thank you. If you could do me a favor, hit that like button. Just takes a second of your time, but it helps me out way more than you know. Lets me know you enjoy the content, helps with the algorithm. And then if you want to support me directly, this channel is fan-funded. This content is fan-funded. So if you want to help support it more directly, if it's within your means, please consider becoming a channel member. We are going to be doing a members lounge today. So if you are a channel member or if you are gifted a channel membership, look forward to that. But if you are already a channel member, please consider gifting some memberships like Jake and Play Bounty have done here. Really helps out. And then last but not least, consider donating a super chat. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between, and then keep the conversation flowing in maybe some unexpected directions. So again, thank you guys so much for all of your support. Let me see here. What the hell was that noise? Hold on. What is that noise? Hold on. It's just a delivery. I was like, what the, why is that so loud? That delivery person, man, they were like yelling outside of my my door, and I was like, uh-oh. All right. I swear, dude, the amount of times when I'm on stream where I'm just like, what's going on? Like, is some shit about to go down? Like, I'm just ready, you know? Do I have 2 pairs of nunchucks under my desk right now ready to fucking go? I don't know. Maybe. You'll never know. Maybe you'll know. Hopefully not. Anyway, we're going to dive into the first topic here, okay? And that is Sony and PlayStation Studios are doing an incredible job with putting out free DLC, okay? Free DLC that is crushing people's expectations. Now, there are 3 games that come to mind here. I mean, God of War Ragnarok, Ghost of Tsushima, and Returnal. 3 games that received free DLC, and there's more. Guys, I know that there's games I'm forgetting, so please, let me know. Let me know which ones I'm missing. We have Hellbound 1981. The Legend returns to drop 5 more membership gifts onto the community. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Hellbound, as you're letting me know anything I may be leaving out here. Hellbound, thank you so much, man, for all of the support.
Thank you.
I got to give you a thank you for that. He brings us up to 7 members on the day. I can't see what I'm doing here, so I'm trying my best. So, Hellbound, dude, absolute legend. Thank you for supporting me in this community the way that you do. Pretty much every single stream, dude. Amazing stuff. The consistency. The Horizon Burning Shores DLC wasn't free, but it was, yeah, it was pretty substantial. Not all, so that's the thing, not all of the DLC is free. Like, I'm not trying to say that this is all Sony does is they just give out free DLC. Obviously, they don't. Like, there is paid DLC too. But, I don't know, some of the stuff, it's just that some of the stuff they put out, it is just genuinely surprising that they're not, you know, that they're just like, here it is, man. Here it is. You think Sony's bolstering the brand? It's a good thing. Please don't whip out your nunchucks on stream. Oh, that's funny, dude. Yeah, Days Gone had free DLC. That's true. That's true. So for me, I think the best free DLC that I ever played from Sony was easily Ghost of Tsushima Legends. I mean, look, for as good as this God of War Ragnarok DLC is, I don't know. They're kind of like evenly matched. They're very different. Ghost of Tsushima Legends was multiplayer. God of War, what we're seeing with Valhalla, is single player. So I think they're both evenly matched in just the substantial amount of content and addition to this, because even though Ghost of Tsushima was multiplayer, if you play that, like, there is some story element to it. Granted, it's contained in a more mystical, fantasy world. It's still done very, very good, and it's just crazy to me that I don't know, man. I honestly think that this stuff should be getting a lot more praise than it does. I'm not saying we should like lose our minds over it necessarily, but I will say, like, I am starting to slowly see more people kind of talk about it. And I guess there's just like the idea that not everybody who bought God of War Ragnarok is going to go play this DLC. But I'll tell you right now, man, I'm here all the time on the channel. You guys know this. I'm always covering all the news, all the conversations that are happening week over week surrounding Sony and PlayStation. And the conversation this week, as far as I'm concerned, surrounding PlayStation, and this is why I wanted to make sure my last stream of the week is focused on this, should be praising Sony for doing something good. I would say even amazing for the community, um, because I like, look, again, I don't want to spoil anything, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but something that is so cool about this God of War DLC is that if you are somebody who played the original games, even if you're not, right? Like, even if you didn't play the original games, this is still substantial, I think. Because even if you just played God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, the older games and Kratos' backstory still plays a massive role. Um, I am just shocked that it's like there's so many surprises in this um that I'm almost worried that like there are players out there that just have no idea. Like, I'm talking like people who've played all the God of War games, they know Kratos' backstory, and they're just like, "Oh, it's a roguelite, I'm not interested." It's like, dude, you got to play this. Did I see that the writer for Ragnarok said that the story in Ragnarok is not done yet? So actually, yeah, this is something I did want to mention. God of War Ragnarok story isn't done yet, writer teases. A senior writer at Santa Monica Studio has teased that there's more to God of War Ragnarok story even after the Valhalla DLC. The tweet has sparked all sorts of speculations about what's being hinted at. As previously mentioned, the Valhalla DLC is an epilogue to Ragnarok's story. Senior writer Orion Walker took to Twitter to suggest that its ending isn't all that there is to it. Quote, "You really think that the credits are the end of the story? Come on now," end quote. Hashtag God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. Now, it continues by saying whether Walker is teasing more story content or a third entry to wrap up the story that began in 2018 is anybody's guess. He could, of course, be referring to Valhalla itself, as the DLC seems to be packing some secrets. Separately, the director of the DLC mentioned the endgame challenge in Valhalla that no developer team has beaten yet. The challenge is only available after the credits roll. So he says here there is an endgame challenge in God of War Ragnarok Valhalla that no one on the dev team has completed on the hardest difficulty, Show Me Mastery. I'm so curious to see how quickly players will humble us, as they often do, but maybe this time we've beaten them. Just to clarify, because I seem to have been misinterpreted, the difficulty mode itself is not the challenge I'm referring to. You'll know it when you see it. So, I mean, this, I don't know, man. It seems like they might be teasing that there is actually still more to the DLC itself that people haven't discovered, which is super interesting to me. Um, but yes, obviously, when you hear something like that, I think people are going to look at that and think, "Oh, I think he's teasing." Like, so wait, are we getting more God of War Ragnarok DLC? I think it's a possibility. Like, are we going to get that standalone kind of Atreus game, or something similar to Miles Morales? Could that still be something we're looking at? Maybe. But yeah, I have no idea. Even as somebody who kind of got spoiled by all the major surprise moments in this DLC based off of YouTube thumbnails, God, like, I mean, I understand why people do it, but like, damn, it's just like you're just scrolling and you're like, oh, what is that? You know, like that's pretty significant. Um, some kind of, I don't know. It almost sounds like he's talking about some kind of secret boss battle or something. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. You relate to the God of War games, but you're glad you started to play them. Yeah, I again like I tried to go back and play the original ones. I did play the first game. And it again, man, like I don't want to spoil too much, but there are but I know the entire story. Like I basically, watched YouTube videos when I realized that I just wasn't going to be able to play through all of the older games. I wanted to know like as many details about the backstory and everything, just so that way I could enjoy Ragnarok and the conclusion of this saga even more. And yeah, it's just so awesome how there are so many things. There's so many things in this DLC that are again it somebody said it was like a love letter to the original games and people who enjoyed the original games and Kratos' character, back then. And it really is, man. It really is. And again, man, I got to give a lot of props. I do. I got to give a lot of props to Sony and to Santa Monica for coming out, dropping this DLC, basically shadow dropping it and just saying it's a gift. It's a thank you to everybody. It's something that I really sincerely hope we continue to see from PlayStation Studios, because I have talked to you guys so much, right, about like, oh, what's like even right now, like with I saw that Sony put out a trailer for for the new the PlayStation Explore earbuds, and all people were doing is just complaining about the price of it. And it's like I get it. It's not that it isn't cheap, and it is an expensive product, but it's like I saw some people kind of defending, replying and basically saying like, have you seen the price of like other premium earbuds these days? Like have you seen the price of premium headsets, gaming headsets? And it's just so weird because it's like people people act like this, like that Sony's doing some kind of insane thing that isn't already out there in front of everybody's faces from all these other different companies across the board. Like this is the market, you know? And it's just so strange to me. And the thing that's even weirder about it is like this is just like it's an optional accessory. It's like first people were complaining about the portal, now they're complaining about the earbuds. It's like what, like would it just be better if these things didn't exist? Is that the implication here? Like it would just be better if Sony didn't create these things and sell them. Cuz I don't feel that way at all. Like I think they're fine. They're optional. They're for people who might want it. It's so weird to me, man, the way people act about this stuff. But yeah, it is a lot. I'm not trying to downplay the price. It is expensive, but it's just like I just don't know what people want, man. Like everything's expensive these days, honestly. I mean, anything worth having, it seems. Miguel, you're with a $2 super chat. You're saying I would really like a full game, uh, just with Kratos. Yeah, well, again, I don't want to spoil anything, and I'm not going to, but I definitely am left with some questions. And to be fair, if we're just talking about the ending of Ragnarok, not the DLC, we were already left with the question like, what's next? Like, is the next mainline God of War game, are we going to be playing as Kratos or not? What's the situation there? And nothing so crazy happens in the DLC where it's like Kratos fucking died, like, or maybe he did. I don't know. He's in Valhalla, but I'm just saying it's not like they didn't give it. Well, it could be left up to interpretation, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And you're saying you think it's the greed that annoys people, but the thing about it is like I I don't know, man. Like people. If I go out there and I look at premium earbuds, it's like they're expensive. Like premium earbuds are usually going to fall anywhere between $150 and $250, depending. And so it's like, I mean, I'm not saying there isn't any level of greed involved, but it's just like I don't know, man. I just don't know what people expect. Like, did people expect it to be like $100? I mean, I guess maybe. I guess maybe people were just expecting a cheaper price. I mean, I don't necessarily blame people for wanting that or expecting that, but at the same time, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's there if you want it. You don't have to buy it. There are other options. There are other cheaper options. That's another thing too. Is I think people sometimes they act as if Sony is somehow like strong arming you. Where it's like this is the only thing you can buy and use on your PS5. It's like, well, there's like thousands and thousands and thousands of options. You know, you're saying quality headphones slash earbuds are going to be at least 150 and up. Period. That's what I'm saying, man. Like even their new premium headset that's coming out is 150. I mean, dude, they're like what? There's some gaming headsets out there that I've seen are like $300 or something, which is like, I mean, like, yeah, that's a lot, but people buy it, because it's targeting a specific demographic of people who want that type of audio quality. You're referring more to the Portal's price? Oh, okay. Hmm. Well, you know, the situation with the Portal to me is bizarre because the sales data that just came out, the Portal sold out everywhere. Sony definitely under manufactured this product. And they're probably regretting it because they would have sold a lot more. But I think in the US the Portal was the fourth best-selling hardware. It's being tracked as actual hardware, even though I mean it's an accessory, but it's being tracked as hardware. It's the fourth best-selling. And the only reason it didn't climb higher was because they ran out of stock. I mean, I'm waiting for the day when we find out that the Portal is outselling like the Series consoles or some shit, where it's like, wow, like it's clear that people want this. So I don't know. We'll probably see a Sony manufacturer. I don't want to say a lot more, but at least enough to fulfill the demand. Lure Cannon, you're saying MBG is the only wireless option for the Portal. That's why people are pissed. Yeah, that is pretty weak. Yeah, I will say the one thing Sony's doing with the Portal and the Explorer and new headset is this PlayStation Link thing. Somebody I think told me that the reason why they have to do it that way is because since the Portal is a remote play device, there's like going to be severe latency or something if they try to use like regular Bluetooth. I don't know. I'm again, I don't know enough to be able to confirm that or not. But that to me does seem kind of weird where it's like, yeah, I don't. There is a headphone jack though. And I gotta say that is nice to see because I feel like so many products these days just don't include a headphone jack. So it's kind of weird. It's like, would you prefer Bluetooth or a headphone jack? And I guess a lot of people would say I would prefer Bluetooth, but the fact that they did include a headphone jack though does lead me to believe it leads me to believe that maybe, yeah, maybe they just couldn't do Bluetooth because it would have been really laggy or something like that. Because with the headphone jack, I mean, it's a wired connection. I guess what I'm trying to say is by offering that headphone jack, Sony is making it known that like we're not just trying to strong arm you to just use like our products. But I don't know. The lack of Bluetooth, I could see why people are frustrated about that. You're saying it works. The same. You tested it on your phone. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It definitely is a questionable decision with the Bluetooth, but either way, it's again for some people it might be make or break. But yeah, man, I'm over here reminiscing about Ghost of Tsushima Legends, and Returnal got the free co-op DLC as well as the Tower of Sisyphus, I think is what it was called. And again, I just want to give credit where it's due here to PlayStation Studios, to Sony for people bitch about Sony all the time, and I don't mean to sound like Sony Defense Force here, but sometimes Sony does. I think it's worth defending the good things that they are doing if it seems like people are not acknowledging it. And to me, this is something that it's like, look, Sony has made some decisions certainly that can be seen as anti-consumer or questionable or frustrating to some degree. There's no denying that. And we've talked about that. We've talked about how, well, PlayStation is a business, and from the business side of it, it's not that difficult to understand. It's just a lot of the rhetoric online only serves to paint Sony as like, oh, they're just an evil, greedy corporation. And it's like, okay, well, if that's what you think of Sony, but not every other corporation, then you are missing something entirely critical to the conversation. That I don't know if that's willful ignorance or what, but times like this, gotta give credit where it's due. If so, for what is supposed to be such an anti-consumer gaming brand, um, where are the videos, man? That's what I want to know. I want to know, where are the videos, because I've seen just so many videos made by so many people bitching, complaining. Sony sucks. They're doing this, they're doing that, blah, laughing at them, laughing at their fans and everything. It's like, okay, where are the videos about this? I just want to know, like, where is the video dedicated to calling out Sony for being pro-consumer? You know? Because that's the thing. If we are so willing to shit on Sony and call them out when they are doing something that's anti-consumer and lose our shit, right? Because it's not an act. It's not. So from most people, supposedly it's not an act, right? Like, this is really how we feel. If we're gonna do that, why are we doing that? It's to get their attention and send a message, right? What's the message we're sending? The message we're sending is, Sony, you got to change this. You got to listen to the fans. You got to listen to the consumer. That's the message we're trying to send. But when they do something like this, I feel like it's important that we try to send a message as well. And that message is, thank you. Now we will give you the praise for this, because this is this is what we want to see. This is what we love to see. We want more of this. Yeah, I guess the logic is that simple. It's easier to bitch about something than be happy. Anti-consumers trying to force people into dependence on a rental service where you never own your games. Oh shit. Devil Shooter says it is fake. It's the PlayStation tax. Oh, there it is. PlayStation tax confirmed. Bossman Davey, 1980, member for 2 months, says Sony knows that if people had the option to use other third-party Bluetooth earbuds, they would skip the premium option. That's an interesting theory. I didn't think about that. I mean, well, listen. The only thing that I think kind of maybe pokes a hole in that theory, Bossman Davey, is that, again, like, they have a headphone jack right there. So it's like, if I really, like, if I want, I can just buy a $15 pair of headphones with headphone jack, and boom, I'm skipping the premium option, and I'm still able to use you know what I'm saying? Like, even if I had a premium headset, right? A lot of premium headsets have a 3.5 millimeter jack where you get a cable 3.5 millimeter on both ends. You use it that way. So I do get where you're coming from, but I'm not, again, I'm not entirely sold on that. Now, if the portable's missing a headphone jack, then I'd say 100% this is like a, you got to buy our stuff to use our stuff, and it's only compatible with our stuff. You know, like to me that kind of reminds me of like the if it was that situation, it would be reminiscent of, I think, the Vita memory cards. But that would be my recommendation. If you don't, yeah, if you have any kind of wired headphones of any kind, just use them. Yeah, or like the way Apple does it too. Yeah. So, you know, the question I have is when it comes to talking about this type of approach that Sony has with their DLC model, um I'm assuming they're not going to like if they let me put it to you this way. If there was ever a time where I thought Sony was going to stop doing stuff like this, it would have been right now. And they're not. And that gives me a lot of confidence, man, because again, everybody they just kind of painted Sony as like this just kind of greedy nickel and dimey company that they don't do anything to deserve any goodwill. Um but if that was true, I really feel like they would have charged for this DLC. And you know, I almost kind of feel like, I don't know, man, maybe this is where I want to ask for anybody who's planning on upgrading to The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, for anybody who's specifically planning on upgrading and paying the $10, do you feel as though you're paying that $10 for the PS5 version, like the upgrades and resolution and performance and effects and all that? Or do you feel like you're paying that $10 for the game mode itself, like the no return mode? Because I almost feel like what Sony is charging for with this upgrade is the PS5 stuff, not the actual no return mode. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I guess they are kind of charging for the no return mode because it's not confirmed for PS4, is it? Only for the remastered version. So yeah, I guess maybe that's it would have been really cool if Naughty Dog could have followed in Santa Monica's footsteps here. Because something else that was pretty cool about this God of War Valhalla DLC is it was free for PS4 and PS5 owners. They didn't like make it, it's only free if you are playing it on PS5 or something like that. So it would have been really nice to see. And that's the thing is like Naughty Dog, they're charging $10 for the upgrade. To me, that's totally fair. I don't have a problem with that. But I hope in the future, maybe Naughty Dog can kind of get in on this as well. SGT, you're saying you just finished Valhalla. You thought it was beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny too is like booting it up and playing it on PS5. I forgot how good the game looks, dude. I mean, I don't know. I got to just give God of War more credit than I have been for just how good it looks. I know it's not like a big open world title, and because of that, they can maybe get like more graphical fidelity out of it. But for a cross-gen game, it looks insanely good. It does. I'll be honest, there are times where I kind of can't tell it's cross-gen. It just looks that good. Josh with a $5 super chat. He says, I jumped into RE4 VR a couple of days ago, and my God, MBG, I was like John Wick, Agent Zero in these streets, pure high octane VR combat, giving Chainsaw Guy work. Dude, I know the exact feeling you're talking about here, Josh, because the same thing happened to me. And you're also saying too many damn games on my plate, man. My God, I know, it's overwhelming, dude. I gotta yeah. So really quick, just talking about Resident Evil 4 and PSVR 2. I know exactly what you're talking about. I got to that section. It's like shortly after you meet the merchant for the first time, and there's just this giant wave of enemies. But it's like a whole level where there's like a lot of verticality, and it was, dude, it's insane. So I did get really sick this time though. I pushed myself too far. I turned off the snap turn and I played standing up, and I was not ready. I was not ready to do that because I didn't last long and I got very sick. But yeah, I think it was not the bridges part. I forget the name of the area. Again, it's right after you meet the merchant for the first time. But when I got to this area, man, like just the enemies are all around me. They're above me, they're below me, and it's just so freeing, man. It is where it's like just the idea, like, oh, there's an enemy up there. I'll just boom, I'll just take him out. Oh, there's a guy climbing the ladder. What blew my mind, dude, the most when playing this is I was standing on top of a roof and I heard an enemy below me, and it sounded like I was like, oh, he's climbing a ladder, and you just literally lean over, extend my arm, and just shoot the dude in the head, and then just shoot him on the ground like a couple times, and it's just the natural fluid motions and how insanely well they translate is mind blowing. It is. It really is mind blowing because like once you realize that, dude, you can't do anything remotely like that in this game when you play it normally. Like you can't it just can't. That is the limitation of playing games in 2D versus playing them in VR in a 3D space like that. It's very freeing, and I'm talking about Resident Evil 4 Remake in VR, and I know what you're saying, man. The game does make you feel like John Wick. Like this is why I was so excited for RE4 over playing Resident Evil 8 in VR, because RE4 is very action oriented, a lot of gunplay, and it's just so awesome. Dude, the only thing that messes me up is when you shoot an enemy in the head, and if you run up to them, you press X to execute a roundhouse. And man, that's the only thing that messes me up, because I almost like I have to stop myself because I'm like, wait, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like it does that quick little zoom out and it shows Leon roundhousing him to the face. But yeah, they definitely couldn't find a way to incorporate that, because man, people would be fucking knocking over their PlayStation 5s and shit, putting their foot right through their TV. Yeah, you're saying keep playing for the next few sessions with no comfort mode. It'll probably take 3 more days. Not feeling great. Yeah, it was. I gotta say, man, I definitely went too much by turning off the snap mode. I liked playing it, like not just being able to like turn and rotate, just like I was there, right? It was awesome. It really adds like another layer of immersion. But I could tell like within 10 to 15 minutes, I'm like, and I made the mistake of I tried to push through it, and I got to a point where I was like, I'm going to vomit. I need to stop. Like I just cannot do this anymore. I have to take a break. And it was kind of annoying because I really wanted to keep playing, but it's not just for RE4 VR. Yeah, it's just generally speaking. I have to reacquaint myself and get fully used to it again. Yeah. If you had PSVR 2, I highly recommend it. Josh, you're saying you're going to beat it in VR. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to try, dude. I'm going to try. I have to I might have to do it seated. Unfortunately, like that's the only thing is I might have no choice. PS Gamer, you're saying with playing DLC, are you going to give The Last of Us 2 a shot? I'll answer that in 1 second because we have Big MP coming in. Big MP coming in, dropping another 5-bomb on us today. 5 more memberships gifted. He's coming out of nowhere. I swear this guy just kind of comes out of the shadows. You never know when to expect him. But Big MP, another legend here, dropping 5 memberships. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate that support. He brings us up to 12 members, guys. So I have to add that to my counter. I have to do so slowly, though, because I cannot see it. I think we should be at 12. Guys, let me know what my membership counter says, if it says 12 or 11. Because I may have to add one more. But thank you so much, man, for keeping the membership train rolling today. And PS Gamer, you're saying with playing DLC, are you going to give The Last of Us 2 a shot? Hellbound, you're saying it's a 12? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know, man. I'm a little bit torn because, like, I'm playing the God of War DLC, and I'm kind of getting back into that roguelike feel of it. Um, or that roguelike gameplay. It's been a while, and then knowing that next month, it's a $10 upgrade, and you can play the no return mode. I might. I have to. I think it just really depends on where I'm at by the time it launches. Like if I'm ready, like if I'm looking for something to more to play at that time, I might, because it's only $10. But if I'm still, I don't know, if I'm playing other things, I might not. We'll have to see. But yeah, man, God of War Valhalla, very impressive what Santa Monica has done here, and I really like. I really just want to encourage anybody, because I know that some people were like very much turned off about the idea that I like that the DLC is free, but I'm not into roguelikes, so I'm good. I'm gonna skip it. I want to recommend, check it out on YouTube then, man, because as far as I'm concerned, the story content in God of War Ragnarok Valhalla is critical. I would argue the story content in this Valhalla DLC is seemingly more critical to, I would say, Kratos' entire overarching story than, I don't want to say anything that happened in Ragnarok, but it is very, very important that if you care at all about Kratos as a character, about the God of War universe, that you see what goes on with Kratos in this DLC from a narrative perspective. Um, yeah, I saw that too. People were saying that this DLC is actually longer than the Modern Warfare 3 campaign. That's pathetic. Like, that's a disgrace. I mean, it should, something like that should never be. If anything, it just kind of like, it adds truth to the joke that Christopher Judge made. Maybe that's why he made that joke, because he knew it was about to drop, and he's like, I can make this joke. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't fault anybody for wanting to enjoy their yearly Call of Duty and get their fix. I get it. I've been there. I don't blame anybody, but I do blame Activision and their decision to take what was like, because that's the thing, is a 3-hour Call of Duty campaign that sounds like DLC, because that's what it was. That's what it was supposed to be. That's what it is, and they just decided to charge full price. So, hot take: you're saying The Last of Us Part 2 looks dated now with games like RE4 Remake, Alan Wake 2, and Spider-Man 2? Maybe. We'll have to see how it looks on the PS5 with the remastered version. See if it looks dramatically different at all. Saying, yeah, nothing wrong with enjoying the game, but MW3 is not defendable. Yeah, that's how I look at it. That's how I look at it. Like, enjoy it if that's what you want, but you can't defend it. It's just not good. Um, hey, I have a question for you guys real quick regarding the stream. Has anybody had any trouble getting into my stream? Like actually clicking on it to watch it? No? Okay. All right. I'm just double checking. Cuz I just got some interesting feedback here. All right. Oh, I forgot to mention this too. Speaking of streams, so YouTube, they just announced, this is actually a really cool thing they're doing. And I guess YouTube's getting more serious about memberships. Um, YouTube has announced that they're going to be allowing channels to, or like content creators to gift memberships. Like basically, YouTube's going to give me a certain amount of memberships that I can give out. Like they're going to give me those memberships for free on a month-to-month basis. So every month I'll have a certain amount of memberships I can actually give out myself. I don't know how many. it is. I don't recall seeing a number, but that's actually really cool. And so I just figured I would let you guys know that that's something that YouTube's planning on implementing. And ultimately, what that's going to mean is just, again, more channel members. So, yeah. And as I'm saying that, we have Chris B. Chris B, another legend here coming in. Longtime member dropping 5 more gifts, dropping another 5 bomb. Keeping this membership train going. Guys, we are so close to hitting the goal. Are we going to do it? His boss going to get his snacks later today. That's what he wants to know. So we are now at 17 members. Chris, dude, thank you so much for all of your continued support, man. You've been dropping a lot of memberships as well. And I've definitely noticed that. So big props to you and everybody else for continuing to show the channel and the community so much love. God, I wish this screen would pop up. Guys, look. I'm just gonna have to let you know anytime I update my member goal. You gotta let me know where it's sitting because I can't see it. I think I added 5 more. But we're at 17. That's where we're supposed to be. So if we're not there, let me know. Let me see. It's at 17. Okay, yeah, so I'm good. Oh, well, you know what? As I'm saying that, we're going back. We're going up. I was always say we're going back. We're going back to 18. We're going up to 18 because Toolman55 re-ups his membership. Longtime member to play has no limits. So showing some extra support, he brings us up to 18. This one should have automatically updated. So Toolman, dude, thank you. Thank you so much for the support, my friend. And thank you for being a longtime member. And he comes out and he drops a 5 bomb. Toolman going the extra mile here, re-upping his membership and dropping some membership gifts. Doesn't get any better than that. Dude, thank you so much, Toolman. That's amazing. You just brought us up to 23 members. 2 away. 2 away from crushing the goal today. You guys are amazing. Toolman, thank you so much. I forget, why is your name Toolman again? I feel like we had this conversation before. Is it because you're a fan of the band Tool? Or did I make that up? I swear we've had this conversation before. Tim the Toolman? Okay. Is that what it is? You're a toolmaker by trade. Oh, okay. Where did I get that from? Are you a fan of Tool though? You know, I think I made that up in my head. You're saying I don't know Home Improvement. I know of the show Home Improvement. I never watched it. I think my father-in-law really loved that show. It's funny though because Toolman, I've just seen your name all these years, and for some reason, you do like the band Tool too. Okay, well there we go. I guess for some reason in my head, I always either assumed or just believed that that his name's Toolman because he's a huge fan of Tool, obviously. Yeah, didn't they try to bring that show back? I think that's what Tim Allen, right? He's in that show, and I think they tried to revive it or something. I could be wrong, but yeah, I never watched it. Is that shocking to people? Say what? You never watched Home Improvement? Like maybe I caught it on TV a couple times, but I never really I don't recall ever sitting down watching an episode. And we have Paul Ganell, another longtime member here, coming in, dropping another membership gift. Paul, you bring us up to 24. Who's going to do it? I know somebody's going to do it. Who's going to bring it on home and get us to the 25 mark? Who's going to do it? Paul, dude, thank you so much, man. Let me add that to the counter here. We should be at 24. That's what it should say. Good Speed 120 does it. Good Speed 120. Look at how he does it. He does it by becoming a member. Not even gifting a membership. He decides to become a member, or he actually decides to re-up his membership. We did it, guys. We did it. We crushed the goal. Boss, I'm not giving boss the snacks now because he's sleeping peacefully, and you guys know the chaos that will ensue. But rest assured, boss will be getting his snacks later, and he's gonna be very happy for that. And Toolman, Toolman tried. He couldn't get there quick enough. Toolman tried. He tried to drop another membership gift. Well, he did. He brings us to 26. And Goodspeed 120 follows it up by dropping another 5-bomb. Another 5-bomb. You guys are doing it. Dude, thank you so much, Godspeed. That's amazing. We're now at 31. Not only did you guys crush the goal, but we're going beyond it. So you know what? To the 31 people who were gifted memberships, if any of you were here, we are doing a members lounge after this, okay? So the members lounge it's for members only. We're going to be hanging out. Who knows what we'll be doing today? Who knows? But Goodspeed 120, thank you so much for that, man. Let me update this member goal and we'll continue our conversation. I can't even update. Oh my god. All right, so I have a little bit of a conundrum here. Hold on. Okay, that was 6. So the counter should say 31 members. I can't see. My streaming software has never glitched out like this. I can't see anything. So I can't even update the member goal, so we'll just have to go beyond the 25. So it should say 31. All right. I'll try my best to keep track of it. It's always something, man, I'll tell you. But yeah, guys, before we move on here, just want to give a big thank you. This is what you guys do. You show immense support, crushing goals, and it allows me to continue to do what I do here. So big shout out to all of you guys. All right, let me see. We got Sean Mitchell with a super chat. Really appreciate that, man. You're saying, MBG just joined the stream. Have you seen Kojima has partnered up with A24 for a live adaptation of Death Stranding? Probably the best studio to partner up with. I actually did see that, and I was going to read Hideo Kojima's post because we did get the news that Death Stranding was going to get a movie adaptation. And today we got the announcement that, yeah, Kojima's partnering with A24. And A24, I've seen a couple movies from them. And the one thing I seem to, like, the vibe I get from A24 is that they're pretty great, like they're just really good at what they do. Like, they're good at making very provocative or thought-provoking movies. Very, I don't know exactly what I would call them. Yeah, they are pretty unique, and I think they recently expressed how they want to like branch out more and become a little bit more mainstream. But it seems like, I guess the way I could say it is that A24 gives me the vibe that they're very much trying to find unique stories to tell. They're very much artistically focused. That's kind of what I get. And so the idea that Kojima decided to partner with them for a Death Stranding movie, like if you've played Death Stranding, it's going to be a 10-hour movie of campy dialogue. Yeah, is that Civil War movie that? Yeah, I saw that trending yesterday. You're saying that's made by them? I didn't really watch the trailer for that. I just kind of saw images of it circulating. Wasn't that one Adam Sandler movie called like Uncut Gems? Wasn't that made by them? And then there was this other movie. Starring Robert Pattinson. I forget the name of it. But I forget the name of this movie, but Robert Pattinson was in it, and he played a really interesting part. Maybe somebody knows the name of this movie, and I'm pretty sure A24 produced that. It wasn't The Lighthouse. It wasn't that. I'm hoping if somebody knows the name of it. But I guess that is a movie. It was another one prior to The Lighthouse. Is it called Good Times? Is that it? I think you're right. Let me see. For some reason. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was a good movie, dude. That came out, in 2017. That was a good movie. I recommend that. I got to see that movie, The Lighthouse, though. Was that good? I've seen clips of The Lighthouse. Looks absolutely insane. I saw him in that too. Yeah, The Devil All the Time. Was that an A24 movie? Dude, if that's true, man, I've seen more A24 movies than I even realized. You're saying that movie brought his career back? I can see why. He did some good acting in that. But you're saying, but you won't watch Enemy, dude. You have to understand most of these movies, I just like kind of come across. You know, I don't like actually seek them out. But I probably should start trying to sit down and watch good movies more often. You don't think I would like The Lighthouse? What makes you now? I'm curious. I'm almost more interested in watching movies people say they think I won't like. Just I don't know why. Just to see if they're wrong. Oh, boss somehow knows. He's making his way over here. Somehow he knows that we've hit our goal. I have Raven X0, his first time super chatting. So shout out to you, Raven. Thank you. You're saying here, what's up, MBG? I got myself the DualSense Edge. Been tinkering with it. I think it's a great controller. Will you be getting Helldivers 2? Well, first off, I have a DualSense Edge as well, and that's all I use to play my PS5 now. And I have to admit, I don't really use too many of the features with it, but you know what's funny? The thing that the DualSense Edge has gotten me totally used to is just it's just having that like premium feel. Like it has more weight to it. It has the rubberized grips. It has the textured triggers. And I know I'm not crazy with this, dude. The sticks feel different. Cuz I did recently I was playing in the living room. I was playing Liza P, and I was using a regular DualSense, and it felt so cheap in comparison. I'm like, man, this thing feels like a toy, practically. And like the sticks felt really I don't know how to explain it. They just the thumbsticks on the DualSense Edge, they feel tighter. They feel more, I don't know. Like they feel like they're a lot less prone to suffering from stick drift, to whereas I feel like when I'm playing on the regular DualSense, it feels like at any time, I could just suddenly get maybe some stick drift going on. But maybe it's just me. But yeah, the DualSense Edge is really nice. And am I getting Helldivers 2? Absolutely. I can't wait for Helldivers 2. I'm a little bit disappointed, just a little bit, to see the lack of interest or excitement around Helldivers 2. I mean, I guess I understand why that is, because it's not a huge game. But the reason why I'm a little bit disappointed is because people have been kind of talking about how they want more variety from PlayStation, and they want like different types of experiences and different types of games. And I feel like something like Helldivers 2 is not something we really get. Like, I mean, we got Helldivers 1 how many years ago? Almost a decade ago. We just don't really get games like this from Sony on their console. Like they're just usually not the ones behind titles like this. And Helldivers 2 looks very different. And another thing about Helldivers 2, it's cheaper compared to, again, people have been saying like, oh man, Sony, their games, all they do is charge $70 or anything. It's like, dude, this game's $40, So I can understand people's hesitation for Helldivers 2, but I'm really hopeful that it ends up being, like kind of like a sleeper hit. It's like, wow, this is actually a really well made game, really fun. To me, I'm viewing Helldivers 2 as the first live service attempt from Sony. That's how I'm viewing it. Granted, they don't own Arrowhead. Arrowhead is the studio making it. They don't own them, but they own the IP. They are funding the game. They're marketing the game. They're completely behind it and the studio, and it is seemingly going to be a live service. So, I'm really hopeful that I hope it's delightful. I don't really use that word too often, but I think that's the most appropriate word to use here, because I just hope that people are delighted by it, where they're like, oh, this isn't groundbreaking or insane, but it's very good, maybe better than I thought it would be, or it gets like really positive word of mouth. So I'm really looking forward to it, man. I hope it doesn't disappoint. It's also, yeah, it's going to be on PC as well. Because that's the thing, like Helldivers 2 is coming out in February. I think it's dropping February 8th. So it's not that long from now. And it's coming out the same month as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And I definitely want to be sure to, like, this is a game I'm going to get behind. Unless it ends up being very disappointing. But I want to get behind it also because, you know, if it is as good as I think it's going to be, I want to make sure it doesn't get completely overshadowed by all the other games coming out. So, you think it's coming out at the wrong time? Hopefully not. PS Gamer, you're saying you're buying it day one, but you think I'm right. Sony are not marketing it very well. Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see it advertised at the Game Awards. I was at least happy to see that because it's like a lot of people just got exposed to this game for the first time. I don't know that it like convinced them, but I hope Sony gives it a dedicated. Did they give it? Well, I mean, they gave it. They kind of did give it a little state of play, you know, during the last one. It was with other games, but it would be nice if right before launch they give it like some kind of breakdown or deep dive or something. You know, I think it could really help that game out. Yeah, it was like a 3-minute trailer where they had like people playing the game with voiceovers, which was fine. But I think a deep dive would help it up. You think the ramp up the marketing as we get closer? Yeah, probably. You would hope so, right? So Raven, dude, thank you for that super chat. We also have Demetrios Rodriguez with a $5 super chat saying, "Big up MBG. A24 is similar to PlayStation Studios. Few duds, but a lot of bangers." Interesting. Yeah, so maybe, yeah, I mean, if that's true, where it's like that's kind of how this publisher or how the studio operates, right? Where it's like they're known for like that higher quality and that higher caliber type movie. And they rarely have like flops. I'm excited then that Death Stranding is going to be made by them. This is what Kojima said, by the way, on his Twitter account. He says A24 and Death Stranding will be made into a live action movie. A24 was born into the world about 10 years ago. Their presence is singular within the industry. They are like no other. The films they are delivering to the world are high quality and very innovative. I've been attracted to their creations, and they have even inspired my own work. Their innovative approach to storytelling aligns with what Kojima Productions has been doing for the last 8 years. Now we are making a Death Stranding movie together. There are a lot of game adaptation films out there, but what we are creating is not just a direct translation of the game. The intention is that our audience will not only be fans of the games, but our film will be for anyone who loves cinema. We are creating a Death Stranding universe that has never been seen before, achievable only through the medium of film. It will be born, Hideo Kojima. So that's my first time reading that, and man, he just got me hyped. I'm not gonna lie, like hearing Kojima get excited about partnering with A24 about making a Death Stranding movie that is clearly going to be different from the game and establish like a, you know, more of the wider universe. That actually sounds incredible. I'm really liking what I'm hearing here. I'm really liking it. And yeah, so Sony owns the Death Stranding IP though, right? I don't know who owns the Death Stranding IP. I think Kojima does because Kojima was able to put it on Game Pass. Or no, wait, I don't know. This is a little fuzzy for me. I feel like so Sony does own it. Yeah, I think Sony owns it, but I think Sony is seemingly very willing. No, Kyle, you're saying Kojima owns it. Sony only supports it. Let me look this up. They own part of it. Yeah, I wonder if it's like a joint thing. Who owns Death Stranding IP? Who owns the Death Stranding IP? It's Forbes claims that it's owned by Sony, not Kojima Productions. It says it's solely owned by Sony. So you know what that tells me? If that's true, if Sony owns Death Stranding, it seems like they're willing to be a lot more open with it, since it's since they're like, I guess maybe like they don't want to like upset Kojima or have a shitty partnership with him. So it's like when Kojima wanted to bring it to PC, what I don't understand, like this is so bizarre to me. Why does 505 Games own the publishing rights for PC when Sony publishes their own games to PC? That I don't understand that logic. And that's how Death Stranding was able to make its way to Game Pass on PC, because Sony has nothing to do with the publishing side but Sony had to greenlight that. No, well, they had to greenlight 505 doing it. I don't know. It's very strange. Saying they probably wanted to stay in Kojima's good graces. You're saying they helped with the PC port. Sony literally helped build Kojima Productions. They still let Kojima Productions be fully independent, collaborate with Xbox. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't see Kojima ever truly turning his back on Sony unless Sony did something like horrible to him, because Sony really did help kind of get him established, and it was a good partnership. It's not like he didn't give anything to Sony. He gave them Death Stranding, massive PlayStation exclusive, and Death Stranding 2. So it's cool though. I mean, I really do like the Death Stranding universe. I do. I think I mean, honestly, it's a little bit disappointing to me that we're going to go all of 2023 without getting any update, seemingly, on Death Stranding 2. So we'll have to wait till next year. But yeah, man, I'm very, very, very interested. Very interested in the direction that Kojima's going to take Death Stranding 2 in. And I'm actually really interested in this movie now too. As long as Kojima doesn't use the Decima engine when he works on Xbox. Dude, you know what? You know what I saw mentioning Kojima's Xbox game? People are they're doing what I guess was expected, where they're trying to connect all the dots with all these different things that Kojima's seemingly teasing and talking about. And I don't know, like the latest thing is that there's people are now drawing connections between this Overdose game and Silent Hill. And I don't know what to think about that, because I even see people bringing up like Abandoned and stuff once again, like Blue Box, and like basically saying that somehow, like there are people out there basically with the mindset that somehow all of this is going to come together still, and somehow, some way, like it's going to come back down to like Silent Hill and possibly Metal Gear or something. I'm like, I've been down this road, and yeah, it's like my interpretation of Overdose is it's going to be Kojima's vision for what PT was going to be, like the concepts of PT fully realized into a, I don't know, really crazy, unique experience. Because one of the things I think people kind of forgot with PT is that when PT like first came out, as far as I remember, if I'm remembering correctly, Kojima was being interviewed a lot at the time, and it was like a big deal. And he was kind of making it known that, the PT was just that. It was a teaser. It wasn't necessarily indicative of what the final game would be. And he had all these wild like ideas of what the final game would be. And one of the things he wanted to do was like try to blur the lines between like being in the game and experiencing, like he wanted to break the fourth wall essentially, but in horror, where it's like, I remember hearing that there was this idea where you would have to like, before you start the game, you have to give them your phone number, and you would get like text messages or something from the game itself, like even when you're not playing. It's just like weird shit like that. And I'm like, if you listen to the way that Kojima and Jordan Peele kind of talked about what this is going to be and how it's something very different, very unique. Um, I mean, I I don't know, man. It really sounds like Kojima's been kind of sitting on these concepts and these ideas for this horror experience for years, and now he's finally going to be able to let loose, I guess, and it'll be really interesting. That's what's so fascinating to me is like Death Stranding 2. I feel like Death Stranding 2, it's kind of like, oh well, we played Death Stranding 1, so we like know what that game's going to be. But even with Death Stranding 2, I don't I don't think we know what Death Stranding 2 is going to be. I mean, I think we just have an idea of like the world itself, the characters, but I don't know, man. I almost feel like Kojima's gonna kind of go back to what we were supposed to get from him being with Konami, where like if you think about it, Kojima was gonna be in this scenario with Konami where it's like, oh, I'm I'm getting ready to like redefine the stealth action genre once again with MGS5. You know, like I'm gonna push the limit of what a Metal Gear Solid game can be, and it's gonna be this insane stealth action game that that's gonna again, it's just gonna be the greatest Metal Gear game ever made. Oh, and by the way, I'm also going to make a horror game based in the Silent Hill universe, and we're gonna do insane stuff over there too. And all of that fell apart. Like Kojima wasn't able to properly finish MGS5. He didn't even get to properly start PT. And I almost wonder if like when we look at the way this is kind of coming together, you got Death Stranding 2. Kojima said with Death Stranding 2 that the gameplay of it is going to be similar to his previous games. Well, when you think about his previous games, stealth action. So I almost wonder if Death Stranding 2 is going to be much more heavily inspired by Metal Gear and its gameplay. Because obviously, if you played Death Stranding 1, you know it was heavily inspired in many ways by Metal Gear, but also took a totally different turn. And I almost wonder if like Overdose is pretty much that, right? Like Death Stranding 2, I guess what I'm trying to say is like Death Stranding 2 is essentially what Metal Gear Solid 5 was at that time. And Overdose is effectively what PT was at that time. And he's working on both of these things simultaneously and realizing these visions. That's like my kind of maybe strange take on it. Uh, but it's interesting because now it's with PlayStation and Xbox, and Konami seemingly has nothing to do with it. And yeah, Konami really shit the bed, man, with Kojima. Like, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. We got Jake Skew 27 with a $5 super chat saying, "What happened after Death Stranding 2 with Kojima with Sony with games now? I have to start work. Have a good day." Well, I appreciate that, man. I hope you have a good day at work. What I'm trying to understand your question. What happened after Death Stranding 2 with Kojima and Sony with games? Oh, okay. So you're basically asking like, what is the partnership between Kojima and Sony going to look like after Death Stranding 2? I think that okay, so I think the answer to that should be obvious. I don't know that it is. I want to believe it's obvious because the answer to that should simply be Sony keeps allowing Kojima to make Death Stranding as much as he wants and do what he wants with it. But always kind of maintain that it's with PlayStation Studios, especially now that he's. I mean, look at what Kojima said. With the announcement of this movie, he wants Death Stranding to be a universe, and this, believe it or not, Sony would. I think Sony is in love with what Kojima is trying to do with Death Stranding. And the reason why I say this is because think about what Sony's ambitions are at the end of the day, right? Their goals. They're in perfect alignment with what Kojima is trying to do with Death Stranding. Kojima wants to create a whole new world and universe. I mean, you would assume bigger than Metal Gear. I don't know if it'll achieve that, but just as big. as Metal Gear, right? You're saying you were talking about the games, and my assumption is that like now, Sony's made it clear like we want to have intellectual property and video game universes that can benefit not just our gaming division but everything, movies, TV shows, all that stuff. And I could see a reality where Kojima, let's just say Kojima changes the gameplay of Death Stranding 2, and look, I'm going into full-blown speculation territory here. And I wouldn't even say, maybe it is wishful thinking to a degree, but it's just a possibility. Let's just say we see Death Stranding 2 gameplay for the first time, and we get like a really good look at this game, and people are basically looking at each other like this is Metal Gear Solid 5. Like essentially, like with some new elements, of course, but this is basically MGS 5. Like we're like Kojima kind of went back to that, and yeah, much more action adventure, stealth potentially, um, insane story, insane characters, obviously, very politically driven, and it just becomes kind of clear, like holy shit, he's like he's doing it, like he's basically going back to what he was most known for, but just with in a different universe with different characters now. Let's say he does that, and Death Stranding 2 is a mega hit, right? It's much more successful than the first game. Um, it goes down in history as like one of the best games ever made, but potentially. And then they have this movie they're making, and the movie, let's say, eventually comes out, and it's a big hit as well. Like it's a critical hit. It's like holy shit, this is actually like possibly the best video game adaptation ever. Um, at that point, it's like okay, you could make a Death Stranding 3. Sony will probably look at Kojima and be like, "Yo, you made Metal Gear Online in the past, right? Maybe we could make some kind of multiplayer Death Stranding experience." And maybe by that point, Sony might have things figured out on the multiplayer live service side. Maybe they'll want to help Kojima. I mean, Guerrilla Games is trying to figure that out too. And I just think that like this is what Sony wants to be close to. They want to be close to these big IPs that can go that can become behemoths, where it's like they're not just known for one or two games, but they branch out and they become just these big intellectual property behemoths. And I think that's exactly what Kojima wants too, though. He makes it clear that he wants to establish a wider reaching universe. Then when you think about what he's doing with Overdose, it's possible. Like I'm not saying this is likely, but I think it's a real possibility that whatever he does with Overdose, he could just kind of say like, yeah, this is in the Death Stranding universe. Like this is in the same universe for because like if Sony owns the IP, but like maybe it could just be made very obvious that like this is happening in the same universe. Like he doesn't have to explicitly state that. Because I don't know that Sony would allow that, but that would be really cool. That'd be a really unique and interesting way for him to, I don't know, kind of create a bridge between Sony and Microsoft without them even knowing. Who would have thought Kojima was the one who did it, man? Kojima was the one who brought peace and harmony between Sony and Microsoft. But you're saying Overdose could come to PlayStation day one? I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility, man. I don't think Death Stranding's gonna go to Xbox though. You think I'm glitching? You're saying Kojima's best work was Metal Gear. He needs that back. I think. Well, I think Kojima's best work was Metal Gear because it was like I think that's where he. I don't know. I think that's where he just kind of poured most of himself into the work itself, and I think he did that with Death Stranding as well. But the important thing to understand about Death Stranding, and I don't think enough people really think about this, and I understand why they wouldn't, but it's something I think about, is I remember a lot of people acted like they were very shocked and surprised. Like when we first saw that gameplay, they were like, what the fuck is this? And when the game came out, it was like, it didn't hit the same way that like a mainline Metal Gear Solid game did. And it was because it was very different in many ways. It had a lot of similarities to an extent. Like you could tell this is a Kojima game, but it was very different. And you're saying my stream's freezing a lot. All right, let me try to close some stuff here. I have a lot of tabs open and they don't need to be open. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if that fixes it. But I kind of think like people overlook the fact that dude, Kojima made that game under like insane circumstances. Almost like impossible circumstances. You know? Like he lost his studio. He got fired from the company that he worked for his entire career. He lost his life's work. He no, I'm not running out of RAM. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. That wouldn't cause that. You know, it was probably the most stressful situation of his life. Sony came in and helped get him off the ground as much, help fund the studio, fund the project, give him all the support he needs, give him the freaking Guerrilla Games' engine. I think people sometimes do forget like just how involved Sony really was with establishing Kojima Productions. And him and Herman Holst are very good friends. Him and Mark Cerny are good friends, you know? So he has like major connections, but that game was made in like 3 years. And it was made under these insane circumstances. And I'm just saying that like it wouldn't be surprising to me at all if when we see Death Stranding 2, it's like this is really what Kojima wanted to deliver. You know what I mean? Like Death Stranding was a very like it had to be I don't say rushed, but it was made very quickly. He's saying then the bastard goes to our arch nemesis. I mean, look, man, here's another possibility. I'm just trying to view the entire spectrum here. It could be that maybe Kojima went to Sony with this, with OD, and they were like, "This is my concept for my horror game," and Sony's like, "We're good, Kojima. Like, we're fine with Death Stranding 2. That sounds whack." Sony could have done that. Like, they could have just been like, "Bro, we like what we love our relationship with you, but we're gonna pass on this one, pal. We're just gonna because that's the thing. Like, dude, we do not know what Overdose is. Overdose could be it could be ridiculous in terms of like what it actually is. I could tell you this. It's not going to be a traditional game. That kind of gets me excited about it, just because it's like, well, shit. What could it be then? But it was made pretty clear that OD is going to be something very experimental and different, and it could be amazing. Like, who knows? It could be the one of the greatest things ever created. I mean, PT itself was kind of experimental, right? And people look at that as like a legendary video game experience. But I could see, believe it or not, like I could see Sony rejecting a pitch from Kojima, yeah. And I could absolutely see Kojima being like, well, maybe I should try to shop this around elsewhere. And I could absolutely see Microsoft being like, that sounds great. It could sound like the most insane batshit idea in the world, but it's like, yo, we got Kojima over here. He wants to work. Like, he might want to work with us. But if I'm not mistaken, guys, I think Kojima's idea was always tethered to the cloud, though, with this game. I think Kojima's vision of OD was always tethered to the cloud, because if I'm not mistaken, I think that he was originally talking to Google. Yeah, for Stadia. And it makes me wonder if, like, the only reason Sony maybe, I don't know, either wasn't interested or maybe Kojima wasn't interested in talking to Sony about it is because it's like, even though Sony does have cloud technology, they're not, like, known for that, you know? That's not, like, considered their expertise. Whereas Google was doing a whole platform based on cloud. And then I think I remember an executive from Microsoft stating that one of the ways they were able to get Kojima on board was by essentially selling him on their cloud technology. And I could see, again, that just kind of makes you wonder, like, what the hell is this game? Like, what could he be doing? And I'm fascinated. I am. I get it. I mean, I understand why people have that outlook where they're like, how could Kojima go to Xbox? But it's like, I mean, it's just he's an independent developer. It's an independent studio. As far as Kojima's concerned, I look at it as it's just like he probably looks at it as I could work with anybody. I'm Kojima. Like the sky's the limit for me. I think he earned that, certainly. Actually, you're not a fan of Jordan Peele. Well, I have to admit, I haven't watched Jordan Peele's movies. Dude, to me, I know Jordan Peele from Key and Peele, and he is funny as hell in Key and Peele, and that's what I know him from. I never watched any of his movies, even though I heard they're really good. And we have Bobby Ahmed. Bobby Ahmed comes in and joins Greatness Awaits. Welcome aboard, Bobby. Thank you so much. I think it just seemed like I froze there. Let's get some W's in the chat for Bobby Ahmed. He's choosing to become a channel member today. He brings us up to 32 members. Good stuff, dude. Bobby, thank you so much, man. I hope you enjoy your exclusive membership perks, man. Thank you for the support. I have Perfect Image with a $5 chat, and he says, hey, bro, this is a stretch. Who's your top pick of Sony CEO? Someone from a top studio or Reggie Fils-Aimé, Sean Layden? Would he come back? And you're saying you got your Rise of the Ronin. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah. That's a tough one, man. Who is my top pick for the next Sony CEO? Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't think it's going to be somebody outside. I don't think Sean Layden's coming back. No, I don't. Sean Layden liked my tweet yesterday, actually, which was really cool. A little unexpected. I put out a tweet where I was asking people if they thought Days Gone was underrated, and Sean Layden liked that tweet. So I guess I know Sean Layden has a fondness for Days Gone. I think that was one of his projects that he greenlit. But I don't think Sean Layden will come back, unfortunately. It would be really cool to see what it would be like with Sean Layden kind of. I think Sony would earn a lot of goodwill. Like, if Sony rehired Sean Layden, they would. Yeah, man, they would earn a lot of goodwill, but I don't think they'll do that. You're saying my audio keeps cutting. Guys, is anybody else experiencing this issue? Let me readjust my mic. All right, look, I readjusted it. Give it like a minute, and then let me know if the audio is still cutting. If it's still cutting, I don't know. I feel like I'm having a bunch of technical issues for literally no reason today. So I do think that the next PlayStation CEO is going to be somebody internally at Sony. I think it's going to be somebody. I don't know who, but I think it's going to have to be somebody that's been there for a long time. So I don't have any names to give you, man. Kyle, you're saying it's a YouTube glitch? He needs to close the video and rewatch it, reopen it. Actually, you're saying you've had 0 issues? Okay. It seems like it might be on YouTube's end because people are saying that they just close it and reopen it and it corrects itself. Is Satoki... Wait, what? Gaming Survivor? I have no idea what you're asking. So Perfect Image, I guess all I'm going to say is I think it's going to be somebody internally at Sony and somebody that's been there for a long time. That's my guess. I don't know who. I don't have any names. Maybe like Eric Limpel. Maybe that's a potential CEO, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be a game dev either, just to be clear. Like, I don't think it's going to be Herman Hulst or something like that. Or like Mark Cerny. I think it's going to be somebody. It might be somebody that we just don't know, that like we've never heard of. Shuhei Yoshida, I don't know. I don't get the vibe from Shuei Yoshida that he would even want to be the CEO. I don't know. That would be really fascinating, dude. Shuei Yoshida as a CEO of PlayStation would be immensely fascinating. I don't know how that would work out. But he has been there for a long time. Yeah. You think it'll be a fresh face? I think so too. Yeah. And it's exciting. Like, I mean, if you're a hardcore PlayStation fan, it's going to be exciting when we get a new CEO of this brand because it's like with a new CEO comes a whole new vision potentially and a lot of changes. Maybe, I mean, dude, you know what I want from the next Sony PlayStation CEO? I want them to be like, fans first, baby. We're bringing back PlayStation fucking, I kind of want that Sean Layden energy. We're bringing back PlayStation Experience every year, doing a fan fest. We're going to have as many showcases as we can. We're, just like really we're going to let the devs talk about their games. That would be fun. I want Sony to be I want PlayStation to be a little bit more fun, in terms of the way that they engage with their fans. But if they just want to keep it, business as usual, I can understand that too. Yeah, the dude, I think that's pretty realistic. You're saying nothing drastic is going to change. Changing of the guards, same plans. I'll be honest, I'm kind of getting that vibe too. Yeah. All right, we got Waleed is now a game cat, specifically a white tiger. He says, "Hey MBG, any progress in RE4 Remake VR2?" Yeah, I did progress a little bit further. Not much further. I played it for about another hour and a half. So I think I'm like halfway through chapter 2, but I had to slow it down and kind of stop for a bit because I got very sick that time. So like I said, I'm probably gonna have to sit down and play it. But yeah, I've been making my progress slowly but surely. I don't imagine if I do beat Resident Evil 4 in VR, I don't think it's gonna happen like this month or anything. I think it's gonna be something I just kind of, maybe a couple times a week go back to, and I could see it taking me a couple months or longer than that because I'm not in any rush. It's about the experience ultimately. Because that's another thing I noticed too when I'm playing RE4 Remake in VR2 is I don't feel like I am in any type of rush to make progress. I look forward to combat, and I will say though, like I definitely am excited to get to the next encounter to start shooting shit because it's really fun and satisfying. But I don't feel like rushed. So like even just like one small area, if I were to sit down and play the game normally, I'd probably make it through like 2 chapters. But the way I'm playing this game in VR, it's like if I just make 10 to 15% progress in one chapter, I'm good with that. Slow but enjoyable. Is it true that Xbox has hired former PlayStation executive Mento Kato to grow the Japanese market? Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah. How she said she's telling Japanese devs that they can't expand without the help of Xbox. That PlayStation isn't going to be enough. And I'm just like, you sure about that? I'm not so sure about that. Good luck. I feel like that's an uphill battle right there, man. I'm going to keep asking. Don't be annoyed, MBG. Lies of P play today. Well, it's not. I will say it's not on the docket. I'll be honest with you. I am not entirely sure what I'm going to do gameplay wise today. What I mean to say is I'm not even sure if I was planning on doing gameplay in the members lounge. Like I was thinking about it. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a little bit of everything today. I'm not sure. I'm kind of like, figuring it out as I'm going along here. Yeah, I could maybe I'll download the Tekken 8 demo. Too. That'd be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. So, I hope you guys join me in the members lounge. We'll see what we end up doing. All right, let's see. We got Brandon Martin, a member for 2 months. He says, hey, MBG, hopefully your day is going well. Well, thank you. It is. Appreciate that. You're saying I played Spider-Man 2 and I didn't like it at all. It was really boring to me. Just my opinion is all. You know what's interesting about Spider-Man 2 is like, dude, I didn't dislike it. You know, like again, I know that there was a lot of people that were like, "Oh, they made it woke and whatnot," and or people saying like it's just a rehash. I enjoyed my playthrough of Spider-Man, but man, I can't lie to you. Like I like already kind of forgot about it. Like it's just not at the forefront of my mind at all. And I don't even mean that to like I'm not I'm not even trying to be offensive towards the game. It's just I played it, I enjoyed it, and it's like I hate to say this, the Spider-Man 2 for me was pretty forgettable except for one thing. And you guys know what I'm talking about. There's like one moment in that game where I'm like, "Yo." It's not because and again, it's not because I didn't like it. It's just you know what it is? It's just because I think I'm kind of like at that point where it's like, "You know what? I'm cool if Spider-Man takes a break for a little bit." We got Spider-Man 2018, we got Miles Morales, and then very quickly after that, we got Spider-Man 2, and I'm like, you know what, this is fine. But damn, actually, you snapped the disc in half. Holy shit. At least sell that shit, man. Oh my god. I snapped that disc in half. Actually, literally turned into Venom, bro. That's so funny. But yeah, I enjoyed it enough to where it's like, yeah, that was a fun game, man. Like I had a pretty good time overall. But it's just not like it's just not sticking with me the same way that some other PlayStation games I played have. And I really think it's just because I'm a little bit it's like the oversaturation is hitting me now. Of like, okay, I'm so ready for Wolverine, it's not even funny. You know, like I'm ready for Wolverine. I'm ready for something different and new. I mean, I know it's not new because it's Wolverine, but you know what I mean. Like a new, different type of superhero game from Insomniac. I'm good. It's like, you know, one of the leaks is a Spider-Verse game, which is like to me that's fine because it's like, okay, Sony wants to make a successful live service game. They have the Spider-Man IP, of course. Like Sony, you gotta pursue that. I get it. You know, it's like we gotta make a multiplayer live service Spider-Man game. Like, well, you do. I don't fault you for that. So I'm indifferent to that. Like, okay, if that's what you want to do. But it's like we also got confirmation that Spider-Man 3 is coming. Which is, if you beat Spider-Man 2, obviously, like, yes, I mean, they literally tease it. It's not even a spoiler. Like, yes, they're gonna make a Spider-Man 3. And my excitement for that is, I don't want to say it's non-existent. Well, yes. Right now, my excitement for a game like Spider-Man 3 is non-existent. It's like, I'm good. Like, I am, please take your fucking time. Like, there is no rush. I will be ready to play Spider-Man 3 next gen on my PlayStation 6, and then I'll be excited. I don't need it anytime soon. You know, if you want to do the Spider-Verse game for the multiplayer live service, fine. I'm fine with that. But focus on Wolverine. Hell, give me another Ratchet and fucking Clank. If you know, after Wolverine, if you want. Give me, you know, or do something new. I'm a little bit nervous that Insomniac is not going to be doing anything new. That is a little bit concerning to me. Because these projects that leaked out, it's Wolverine, Spider-Verse game, Spider-Man 3, and there's a project called RCE, which I think stands for Ratchet and Clank something. So like Ratchet and Clank. So that's 4 projects. That's a lot, but it's Insomniac, so obviously they're balancing a lot of different projects. Wolverine is the one I'm by far most excited for, but oh yeah. And there might be a standalone Venom. Yeah, I will say, I want to make an exception here. If they do a standalone Venom title, like a DLC or a Miles Morales thing, oh, I'll be there day one. Yes. I thought Venom was awesome in Spider-Man 2. Venom to me was the highlight of Spider-Man 2, and that's really the only thing that stands out to me as like the most memorable part of that game. Um, and again, I don't want to spoil anything, but if they make a Venom standalone game, like yeah, I'll play that. That was yeah, that I'll be excited for. But just the idea of like returning to Peter Parker and Miles, it's like, I'm good for now, man. Like I got my fill. I'm good. I don't. I'm good. That's all. I'm good. I'm ready for something different. I'm ready for something new, something that feels fresh. Good question, Space Gambler Jr. It's just like in the movies. You know how like in a PG-13 movie you can drop one F-bomb? It's like that, but for games. You're saying the problem is Insomniac might be ruined in the long run with this direction and focus on Marvel, just like Naughty Dog focuses on The Last of Us all the time until it's not fun anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm. Well, see, that's why all of my hope lies in Wolverine, because even though Wolverine it's Marvel, it's like Wolverine. Look, here's my expectation, and I'm not saying if my expectation isn't met, I won't like it. I will be a little bit disappointed, but my expectation is, dude, Wolverine can be nothing like Spider-Man, like fucking nothing like Spider-Man. Not to say that like it better not be, but it's like, yeah, it kind of better not be because it's fucking Wolverine. Like I expect Wolverine to be smoking cigars, drinking whiskey, ripping, fucking slicing people's heads off in a fit of rage, while simultaneously, having fucking mental breakdowns because he can't remember his past and has a traumatic past and has all the, all this fucked up trauma. And that's what I expect. And it's like, does that, like, when I compare that to, Peter Parker and Miles and Mary Jane and like, again, like the darkest thing we see in, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but it's not a huge one. Like the darkest thing, as far as I'm concerned, that we see in Spider-Man 2 is Venom, like, break people in half and bite their heads off and shit. And it's like, that's awesome. Like, I like that. Like, that cool. Let me see more of that shit, And when I think of Wolverine, like, I'm just like, it can't be anything like Spider-Man. And the Wolverine leaks that came out, we only got 2 images. Like, people are thinking, like, dude, this game might be heavily inspired by God of War because of the camera angle. It's going to be wide linear, and it's like, it should play a lot differently than God of War. But like, if you want to bring that level of brutality, I mean, like, yeah, yes, let's go. I want to see fucking Wolverine tearing people to fucking shreds. All right, and I want to see him getting torn to shreds too. That's what I want. I want it to be violent. I want it to be brutal. I want it to be heavy. I want it to be dark. I don't want no soft shit. I'm tired of the soft stuff, I want it to be manly. There we go. I want Wolverine to be exactly what he's supposed to be in this game. Yeah. Rated M. I want to see a belligerent animal. I want to see a belligerent animal is what I want to see. No political messaging. Dude, Insomniac would be straight up foolish if they try to do that with this game, because it's just like, no. Just no. All right? Just make a good game with a good story. That's it. Sounds like I have some hidden anger. I do, bro. No, I'm not. I don't have like anger issues, or at least I don't think I do. But yeah, I mean, it's just like I get tired sometimes, man. Like, I just am ready to see some fucking brutality again. In the sense, like, not look, when I say not just for brutality's sake, but in a narrative context that makes sense. I won't lie. Like, sometimes I feel like some of the reasons I can't jive with some of these Sony games is, it's not that I don't enjoy them, but some just don't click with me as much. Like, for example, Horizon. Like, I like Horizon, but I can't lie that it's just not as, like, there's a different level of satisfaction when I'm playing as Kratos and I'm beating the shit out of an enemy with my axe or my shield, and then it tells me to press R3 to basically rip their body in half. Okay, like, and then like throw them to the side. It's a different feeling to experience that versus like, all right, I'm like shooting this shit out of this machine with a bow and throwing, I'm using these unique, pretty cool weapons on it, but it's just a different feeling. One's a little bit more, I don't know, visceral, I guess, if that's the right word to use. I don't know. Maybe I'm just I'm a caveman, I'm a caveman. I just want to like beat shit over the I want to beat shit over the head. Give me a golf club. Come on, Sony. I want to play as Joel with a golf club. Let's go. You're saying that's disturbing, MBG. It's just, it's not because I like have, it's not because I'm like some kind of like crazy violent person where it's like, I want to rip people in half in real life. No, not like that. It's like, it's because of what's behind the character. That's what it is. Like when I feel like if it's like a character like Kratos, and especially again this Valhalla DLC, I really hope in future God of War games, Kratos still is very much like prevalent and the main character, because he like, I just really feel like I don't even know that I can relate necessarily, but that I there's just something there that pulls me in to his story, and the layers of it and the depth to it, to where it's like, I'm not saying that a character like Aloy doesn't have some depth or some layer, but it's like whatever problems, so like the character of Aloy is experiencing, like like there's just no tether there, you know what I mean? Like I very much feel like I'm just on the outside looking in, and it doesn't really mean much to me. I just can't feel that or relate to it in any way. There's no connection there. And so I just, it's fine. It doesn't always have to be that way. But, when I think about like a game like Wolverine and a character like Wolverine, I've always gravitated towards Wolverine as a character. I've always liked Logan as a character a lot. Like one of my all-time favorites. And so there is just like kind of this expectation, and my only hope is just that Insomniac does justice to what that, what his character's supposed to be. And I don't mind them doing their own twist and their own take on it. I do a couple things in a unique way. That's fine. But I don't know. It's just kind of, everybody enjoys different things from their games, Like, I don't know. I'm playing Lies of P, and I just can't deny, like, do you know what makes Lies of P so fucking good? Like, do you know what makes it, at least in my opinion? You know what weapon I'm using too? I've been using a lot. It's a small ass. It's a club, like a almost like a baton, like almost like a police baton. Like that's basically what I'm using. But man, it's so effective. And the reason why this game feels so good is because when you are engaged in the moment-to-moment combat, it just feels thoroughly satisfying. And I won't lie. It's just satisfying to beat the living shit out of a fucking puppet or a monster with my fucking baton and Lies of P. I wish I could explain it more thoroughly and more in depth. Yeah, it just works, man. It just works. I don't know how else to explain it. But it's also another reason why I love the combat in The Last of Us. Like one of my favorite, truly favorite aspects of The Last of Us is, even though I didn't like the story part 2, it's like, dude, that type of gameplay in that world, like I would argue like The Last of Us even sometimes takes it. I want to say it takes it too far, but fuck, man, like I don't know if you guys have ever come across these compilations of like there's like these compilation gameplay videos that people make of like brutal Last of Us 2 gameplay or something. And they're like mutilating people's, like they're doing shit to like NPCs' bodies in that game that I didn't even know was possible. I'm like, holy fuck. I didn't even know that you could do that. Like it's like almost like Mortal Kombat fatality levels of like gore and whatnot. And I'm like, that's That's crazy. And I'm not saying that like that's necessarily what attracts me to the game. Or like, oh, I can fucking blow somebody's face off, so this game's awesome. But it's just that there is a level of realism in the combat and in the, to like a disturbing level where it's like, man, I think that's actually what would happen to somebody, if I threw a fucking pipe bomb at him or something. Um, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, Red Dead 2 is very realistic in that way as well. But the thing I always really enjoyed most about The Last of Us, truthfully, is it's not, I mean, the gunplay is very good, and I've always liked the gunplay, but it's really kind of like the melee, like there I feel like in one of the coolest moments when I played The Last of Us for the first time was just experiencing, when you have like a um I don't know, like a lot of the metal pipes or something, and just like, you're trying to like run around and survive, and there's like a group of like 5 or 6 enemies, and one of them's trying to flank you, and you got to like run up to them and just like fucking beat the living shit out of them with a metal pipe, or like a fucking clicker, is in your face, and you just got to like stab them in their whatever. It's like it just feels awesome, And I just think that sometimes, um it's like I can't deny that it's just a different feeling to go from like doing something like that in a game to I'm just punching people in the face in Spider-Man 2, where, you know, I don't know, maybe it just does speak to a certain primal fucking caveman instinct where it's like, I won't lie, the most enjoyable moment to me in um Spider-Man 2 was like when you got to play as Venom, and well, spoiler, but and you get to just kind of like go fucking crazy, like just no mercy. And I think what made that feel so insane was just that it's like, whoa, like this whole time I'm playing as like these characters that have to hold back, and like you can't really cross certain lines, and then it's just, here you go, man, like tear shit up. And I'm like, okay, like I won't lie, like felt kind of good. That's awesome. Um, it was a little bit of a power trip, I guess, and that felt kind of cool. Max Payne 3 gunplay is fire. It is, dude. Yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of what I gravitate towards. Um, so I guess what this I don't really know exactly what this conversation was meant to achieve, except I'll end it here and I'll move on. The types of gameplay that over the years, even like from playing at a really young age to now, the types of gameplay that I gravitate towards are I like I like visceral melee combat. I like any type of shooting in games that feels good, that feels satisfying. I like stealth. I love stealth in games. I love sneaking, and this is where it's not always about the violence, right? Like I like being able to just kind of outmaneuver enemies, or and just feel like you're kind of getting one over in a way. I think those three right there are kind of like my um melee melee combat, hand to hand combat, shooting, and stealth. And yeah, I don't know. You guys are recommending I go play Doom, play Dishonored. I probably should. Deus Ex. You're saying Avatar Frontiers of Pandora has all that. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to this Avatar game. Is it good, or you're saying, hey MBG, last live stream was very weird? I guess it was. It's because I got too involved in the whole Microsoft conversation unnecessarily. And maybe I'll have to give Dishonored a try. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just because like it's probably also because of what I grew up with. Um. All right. Let me see. I got a couple more super chats. Dark Horse. You're saying Bobby Kotick will be the next Sony CEO, PlayStation CEO. Oh God, that would be crazy. I don't think so, man. I think I read something where like Bobby Kotick is going to go to like soccer or football or whatever after like once he's out of gaming. Um, Kyle Film with a $5 super chat saying, MBG, if you're the CEO, what's the one or two games that you'll green light to do a remake? Ooh, that's a good question. Okay, so if I don't know if this counts. Like, can I say like a reboot? Is that fair? Like, not necessarily a remake, but like a reboot. I'm just gonna I'm gonna say that I'm gonna count a reboot in there. The one of the first things I do, just because it's like if it's not in development, I'm not sure why. Because Sony, if you're trying to make a successful live service game, we need a game like this on the market. I would greenlight. I'd have to think real hard about who I would get to develop it, and I probably have to ask Herman's opinion on this one. Like, Herman, bro, who should we get to develop this? But SOCOM. Like, I know that might be a little bit surprising. That's my first go to, but I would say so because it's just like I don't know how this like I don't know how Sony is just sitting on SOCOM. You know, like SOCOM it was a huge push into tactical multiplayer gameplay starting with the PS2, and it was in a way, in some ways it was ahead of its time. It was very well done, and it died after SOCOM 4. I think didn't SOCOM 4 launch like right before the PSN hack? So maybe it was like very ill-fated in that way, but I'm just shocked that Sony is pursuing. Granted, we don't know many of these live service games. SOCOM could be part of one of them or part of it in one of those games, but I'm just kind of shocked that it's like, dude, just do something with SOCOM. Like, for the love of God, man. I know that there are games like Rainbow Six Siege out there and whatnot, but I don't think there's anything out there like SOCOM. If there is, somebody let me know. Like, is there something out there that's very similar to SOCOM that I'm not aware of that is also. See, the thing is, even if there is, if it's like small, Sony would have the SOCOM name. Like, that's a known name, and they would be able to market it. Warhawk, oh yeah, Warhawk was really interesting. Ghost Recon. Yeah, I guess Ghost Recon would kind of be like SOCOM. You're saying the problem is no studio Sony can make a SOCOM game. Yeah, that's kind of the problem I was thinking of too. Like, I wouldn't know who to give SOCOM to. You're saying what is SOCOM? You can look it up. It's like a tactical military shooter, like a tactical modern third-person military shooter. I played it like way back in the day, and I will be honest, I sucked at it because I was really young. But I remember, like, dude, I got SOCOM 1 on my PS2 with them. I thought the mic was awesome. I'm like, what is this? I was like, what the fuck is this? I get to wear a microphone? Like, what is happening here? Um, and it's just so funny, like how it's just like non-existent now. um, but another game. Hmm. Damn, I don't know. I have to think about this. I gotta. Let's see. So I would say let's do something with SOCOM. What else? I'm not sure, man. I mean, I know Sony has a pretty extensive back catalog, but I really I'm not sure what Sony has in the vault that I personally. You know what? All right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot they have in the vault. Like, I know people like, we could talk about Sly Cooper, right? Yes, Siphon. Ooh, Siphon Filter would be fascinating. It's just the thing is like I don't know that Siphon Filter would be a go-to for me because it's like I don't have experience with those games. I just know that they were like similar in some ways to Metal Gear. Resistance would be really interesting. I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe Resistance would be a really good one. Kind of dipping into Insomniac's catalog here. It would be really cool to see what they could do with that today. But again, I'm not sure who exactly would make it. Saying Jack and Daxter. All right. I think you know what I think? I think Sony, and again, I know you said remake, but just kind of sticking to the whole reboot. I think Sony, and I know that this is impossible because Sucker Punch is working on Ghost of Tsushima, but if they could like somehow at some point do something again with Infamous, I think that would be awesome today. With the technology of the PS5, we're getting these superhero games like Spider-Man and Wolverine, and we're gonna be getting Blade, and we did get the Marvel's Avengers. Like we're getting like a Black Panther game and an Iron Man game. It's like the cool thing about Infamous is it wasn't associated with like Marvel or DC or it was original, it was unique, but it was basically a superhero game, or at least you had superpowers, and I think it would be really cool. I mean, hell, like let Insomniac make an Infamous game. That would be interesting, right? Now that they have this experience with Spider-Man and now Wolverine, but I don't know. Yeah, but I don't. Unfortunately, I don't know that Sony's going to do anything with either of these games. Bungie could make a great Resistance. That would be so. Now, you see, that would be so interesting because it's like we hear about all these issues with Bungie. I just recently got done listening to the latest Sacred Symbols episode, and I was really interested in what they had to say about the Bungie situation. And Colin Moriarty, he is thinking that Sony should try to sell Bungie, which I thought was really interesting because I don't think I saw anybody else. I mean, maybe like some comments I saw on my channel of people saying that. Ooh, that, yes. Actually, you know what? PS Gamer. Yes. The Getaway. Yes, that would be awesome to see. See, this is why I'm so confused. Like Sony London is they are working on a AAA fantasy live service game. And I'm like, dude, you could have made The Getaway, like a new Getaway. Like I don't know. But yeah, talking about Bungie, I mean, this idea that like Bungie's leadership fucks up so much that Sony takes over. Dude, watch Sony be like, all right, Bungie, we're okay, we're done. You're done with Destiny 2. We're gonna put Marathon on ice, make a new Resistance. I mean, would that be the worst thing in the world? I don't think so. I would be like, yo, that actually sounds sick. Let's see what they can do. Or Killzone, yeah. I think Resistance would be more interesting, though. Like in the Resistance universe. You want a new Motorstorm? I think there is a new Motorstorm in development. I think there is. I think it was actually teased as well. But yeah, it's a good question, Kyle. Definitely a good question. We got New Soul 9 saying, watch a movie called Fresh. It's very interesting. Never heard of it. 2022. The horrors of modern dating are seen through the eyes of a young woman who is battling to survive her new boyfriend's unusual appetites. Uh-oh. It sounds like, so it's a horror movie. I'll have to try to keep that one in mind. That sounds potentially interesting. Thank you for the recommendation, New Soul 9. A cannibalism movie. Saul Goodman, are you saying I need to come to my senses? I don't know if that's directed towards me or not. What do you mean? You're saying, God, don't let Insomniac touch Infamous. They would ruin it. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just, I'm just spitballing here. I think realistically, if we were to get a new Infamous game, it would be much better to see it come from Sucker Punch. I think it would be very strange to get a new Infamous game from another studio that's not Sucker Punch. You're saying Square Enix recently filed a new trademark for Symbiogenesis. Could be Parasite Eve. I'm not familiar with Parasite Eve. You're saying Sony could take over Bungie, then they can start working on exclusive games. Sony didn't sign any contracts with Microsoft or Nintendo, so they are free to change anytime. Well, I, I mean, yeah, I saw people mentioning that. I don't know that that would be a smart move, though, because it's like the biggest problem with Bungie is Sony is losing so much money. I mean, just like money being flushed down the toilet. Um, and when you think about that, it's like I don't know at that time, like when you're in that type of situation, I don't know that it's a matter of we need to. I don't know that it's a matter of like, oh, we need to like focus on exclusivity now and you know locking this down. I think it's actually the opposite. I think it's like we need to find any way to recoup our losses because we're like we lost a lot here. And I think in this case, I don't know. It is Bungie, so I think if like honestly, I think it would be advantageous for Sony to put Bungie on Xbox and not exclude Xbox just for the sake of like you could make an argument that okay, maybe your games wouldn't sell as well or something, right, on Xbox. But I think Bungie's games would. I think Bungie is one of the few studios out there that anything they release on Xbox, Xbox players will buy it, you know, and support it. So it could like help their situation. But I get what you're saying. That could be something Sony does. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I agree with that. You're saying you would have thought that we would have heard about the new Twisted Metal game by now. Yeah. Play Bounty, your first time super chatting. Really quick though, we have Dark Horse. Dark Horse decides to re-up his membership today. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Dark Horse, dude. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and becoming a member, dude.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It is much appreciated. Thank you. So Dark Horse brings us up to 33 members today. So we still have a membership train going here, guys. Okay, we crushed the goal. You guys crushed the goal at 25. We're now sitting at 33. So it's still climbing. Seriously, thank you so much. PlayStation Home. I want to see a remake of PlayStation Home. I think that sounds funny, but I think a lot of people would want to see that. I'm shocked Sony hasn't done anything with PlayStation Home for PSVR 2 yet. Your Xbox friends want GTA 6 on Game Pass. You feel like they slowly have this problem where players don't want to buy games. Well, yeah, man. I mean, it's a natural progression. It is. I mean, when Microsoft decided to lean into the whole marketing of subscribe and you'll get our games. You don't have to like. I mean, the message you're saying is like you don't have to buy our games anymore. Any games we get to you through this service, you don't have to buy them. So believe it or not, like Microsoft has definitely conditioned their audience to not buy games. I'm not saying Xbox players don't buy games; they still do, but many people who play on Xbox have, they have been conditioned to like it's. I think for a lot of people, it's awkward for them to buy games. Like, dude, again, I have a friend where he went to Xbox this generation, and he bought a Series X, and this was somebody who grew up playing PlayStation, played the PS3, had a massive collection of physical games, and he just totally like I don't know, he just totally went to the Xbox side of things and fully embraced Game Pass, and he legitimately, and I'm not like exaggerating. He was just like, "Yeah, I'm not buying games. Like I'll play what's on Game Pass. And if it's not coming to Game Pass, I don't care." And he's like a more casual gamer these days, right? So that's where it's like I I mean, that probably is how most casual people engaging with Xbox feel, you know? And I I would say it's a weird mentality, but it's kind of not when you realize that that's what Microsoft wants. That is the mentality that they are, conditioning and pushing. And he's a traitor. No, he actually came back to PlayStation though, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm buying The Last of Us Part Two remastered, bro." And he's playing. He bought Spider-Man 2. I mean, he came back. He saw the light again, man. Actually, you're saying, MBG, can you believe you get to make your living by talking about video games? I mean, it's very humbling, man. I'm unbelievably grateful, truthfully. I try not to like hyper focus on it. Um, but yeah, it's crazy. Okay, congrats, you're helping destroy the industry. Listen, man, I'm telling you, this is where I will put up a fight, not like literally physically, but I just mean I will stand my ground where it's like I don't I get it. Like, money is important, and I will never encourage anybody to prioritize video games over your health, over your well being, over your living. Like, never do that. They're video games, they're entertainment. They take a back seat. But if everything in your life is squared away and you have room for things like video games, I will always encourage people, not just with video games, but since this is what we're focused on, like, do not be against paying for quality. Okay, it is a fundamental dynamic that has been in play since human beings learned to exchange goods, right? To exchange services of any kind, like where it's like I have something of value to you, so I will price it. We will come to a fair agreement, and both of us should be happy, right? Like you are helping me by supporting what it is that I do or what I offer. And I'm helping you because you are gaining access to something that will benefit you in some way, shape, or form. That like it's just that simple. It should always be that way. And nothing should change that because it makes the most sense. That's it. It's not about getting the most value, right? I understand that that's what people think it's about, but I've tried, man, and I'm not saying no one wants to hear it, but people don't want to hear, like, dude, you need to get the idea of I'm getting the most value. I'm getting the most value. You are like, look, you need to ask yourself what is or who is paying the price, because something is paying the price. Something. The life doesn't work that way. If you are seemingly getting more than you think you should be getting, like, it's almost like surprising. Like, wow, I can't believe. Yeah, well, believe it, because something somewhere is paying the price. At some point, it's gonna make itself known, and it is insane to me. It is absolutely insane to me that people are sitting here and they're like, the future of all forms of entertainment consumption lies in subscription services and digital, and it's like, okay, maybe that's true. And I'm not going to even try to argue that, because maybe you're right. Maybe that is the future. Maybe it's inevitable. It's unstoppable. But the question I ask is that really the best way? Is that the right way? Like, look at the film industry, look at the music industry. Like, what happened? What is going on right now in these industries? Like, does it seem like it's sunshine and rainbows, or does it seem like the shit is constantly hitting the fucking fan? It is what it is, man. Like, I do not know why people are in such a rush to uproot something that has worked, that has always worked, and is, in my opinion, fundamental to the nature of this industry. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm not saying we have to be so aggressive towards it that it's like we should stamp it out and it shouldn't exist. I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying it shouldn't exist. I'm saying like we cannot be in a rush or even at a point where it's like this is what it should be. Like just this and this alone. I'm not sitting here saying that the only way people should be able to access video games is by paying full price for them. I'm not saying that either. But I'm saying that, like, dude, this whole notion of we need to pit it's like how people who are very much into Game Pass, they're like, Sony needs to do this too. It's like, no, they don't. They really, and neither does Nintendo. Like literally, they don't need to, but they shouldn't if they don't want to. Because you know why? If their business model works, what's the problem? The only problem is the person saying that Sony and Nintendo should do this. It's a sense of entitlement. The problem is you don't want to pay for their video games. That's your fucking problem, not mine. Because me and millions of other people are willing to pay for their video games. And we're happy to do so. And we're going to enjoy those video games. So just because Microsoft has convinced you that you should be entitled to this, keep it over there. That's fine. Enjoy your stuff over there. But if you're going to come over here, like, and that's it. Like I'm just tired of the arguments that keep popping up. It's like, oh, you're anti-consumer. Like, no, dude, I just don't mind fucking paying for something that I think is good. Like that's all it is. And I don't know why people constantly try to twist it into something it's not. If Sony came out tomorrow and was like, yeah, we're going to drop Wolverine on the PlayStation Plus day one, I'd be like, cool, man. A lot of people are going to be happy about that. I'm still buying a physical fucking copy. In fact, fuck it. I'm probably buying the collector's edition, but you know, that's not the point. I'm going to buy a physical copy. You know? So, I don't know. I don't understand. I just am not in agreement. That's all. I don't care to understand because I look at video games differently. I always have, I always will. And maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe I'm not with the times. And maybe I'm just becoming a dinosaur at this point. But as long as the option is there for me to support what I think is worth supporting, and especially buying physical games and owning them, and like, I mean, actually owning them, you know, shits on the disc, that's what I'm going to do. And again, I'm not going to like revolt against subscription services and say they shouldn't exist. They should. And I think they're good. I think having those options is great. Like, I think Game Pass is great for people who like really do need to save money. Like this, like I think people misinterpret, and I do want to clarify this. Like, if you're somebody who's like, I just like to save the money and I don't care about video games that deeply, like I just want to enjoy the content. I'm not trying to hate on you, and I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. Like, I get it. I do that for like music and shit. I get it. But it's just that I view video games differently than I do music, than I do TV, than I do movies. And because of that, I'm just not able to view it in the same way. And you know, it kind of does my heart good when I see, like, I'm not trying to, I know you're saying I'm 30, I'm still young, but like, I don't know. I guess I feel like I'm getting old. I'm not trying to celebrate failure of like a game like Alan Wake 2. Because I don't know that it failed, but it's clear Alan Wake 2 didn't sell very well. And one of the biggest reasons, based off of what like all the analysts are saying, they're saying like the fact that this game didn't have a physical release like seemingly hurt it a lot. That does my heart good, because it's like I'm not happy the game didn't do well just for the sake of it, but it's like, you know what? I hope that this serves as like a, maybe you should consider releasing physical games still. Like, maybe you should still consider supporting that, because it's like, you know, it'll boost your sales. Turns out there are quite a lot of people out there that would have bought your game if you just offered a physical copy. I don't know. That's maybe it's an old mentality, but anyway, Play Bounty. I'm sorry, dude. Playbound, it's your first time super chatting, so thank you for that, man. You're saying I'm waiting for a Spawn game. Damn, dude, a Spawn. Yeah, it's kind of shocking to think we haven't gotten a Spawn game yet, right? Aren't we getting a new Spawn movie? I saw the last thing I saw of Spawn. I think it was like advertising from, believe it or not, Call of Duty. Where like I think it was in October or something. They were like, "Oh, we're bringing Spawn to Call of Duty," and I was like, "Oh, it's kind of cool," you know. Um, Definitely fits for October and like Halloween and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. The idea of getting a AAA Spawn game, that would be sick. Yeah, I'd be on board with that. Yeah, I could have swore I heard that they were making a new Spawn movie, but I haven't been following it. You're saying Michael J. White will always be yeah, the original Spawn movie, man, was really good. Yeah. Josh with a super chat says McCaffrey right on time with his PSVR 2 slander today. I too hope Sony is cooking with VR 2, but the headset is 10 months old with like 4 AAA games. Come on. Now I gotta see. Josh, now I gotta see. Why can't I find him? There we go. All right, let's see what Ryan McCaffrey had to say about PSVR 2. He says proof that when a publisher and developer both commit to doing a kick-ass large-scope VR game, it can be incredible. Here's IGN's 10 out of 10 review of Asgard's Wrath 2. At this point, I think it's fair to say that Meta takes VR gaming more seriously than Sony does. As a sucker who paid $550 for a launch day PSVR 2, this depresses me. I mean, see, what's tough about this is I don't know what this game is, but they gave it a 10 out of 10. I'm assuming this is like an exclusive Meta VR game. I'd never heard of this. Asgard's Wrath 2. But goddamn, dude, like, what's weird is I don't know why he had to why did he have to take a shot at PSVR 2? You know? Like, damn, bro. I don't know. A lot of people on PSVR 2 right now are enjoying Sunshine Arizona 2 or Arizona Sunshine 2, Resident Evil 4 Remake. I know there was another game that just came out recently as well. It's I don't know. Yeah, Ryan McCaffrey, I can't take anything he says seriously. Like I don't have a problem with the guy. Like I don't really follow him, you know, but it's just like it just seems like he has these kind of takes where it's like and I know people view me the same way. Like what I just said about Game Pass, right? Like people are not like a lot of people are not going to take what I just said about Game Pass and subservices seriously because they're like, well, dude, you have you have a chip on your shoulder with Microsoft. Like no matter what you say, like that energy is there, and we know it is. And it's like, you know what? Fine, maybe you're right, but if that overrides anything I'm trying to say to make sense, you know, then so be it. Fuck it, you know, like I can't do anything about it. And I feel like with Ryan McCaffrey, it's kind of the same thing to an extent where it's like, yeah, dude, like we get it. You know, you don't like PSVR 2. Like you say you like PSVR, like I guess that's what it comes down to. He says he likes PSVR 2 and he wants to support it, but like he kind of shits on it. And it's like I see what's weird is I see people on my channel all the time that are playing their PSVR 2 frequently and they're like recommending all these different games to me and like saying that Sony's doing a really good job based off of like the fact that this thing hasn't even been out for a year yet. So it's like, yeah, there's this kind of disconnect, you know? But let's see some gameplay. Yeah, maybe I'll look into the game. So Josh, thank you for that. We have PlayStation Pete says, yes, I'm buying a PS5 Pro day one. Tekken 8 demo, A+. So the demo is really good, huh? Yeah, I'm going to have to install that. I don't know. Maybe I could install it and I could try it out on my members lounge or something. But he has all the patience for Xbox, never having games. Well, I don't know, man. It is what it is. Like, you know, it's like he still works at IGN and he's, I think, still like kind of he's like the Xbox guy at IGN. So it's like, well, I'm just like, look, in the same way that I don't think an Xbox player is going to say, you know what? I want to hear what MBG has to say about, I don't know. What, like Forza Motorsport, or I don't know. I didn't play it. Like, what's Hellblade 2? I'll just go with that. Like, I don't think I'm going to be the first person that Xbox, like people who are interested. I want to know about Hellblade 2. Let me go hear what MBG has to say. Like, I that'd be great. But it's like, I get why I'm probably like at the bottom of that list because I'm literally a forward-facing PlayStation fan first, you know? So it's like you're much more likely to either go towards the Xbox fan base or people more in the middle. And that's fine. Like that makes total sense. And I just look at like Ryan McCaffrey's just a person where it's like, yeah, he's one of the last people I'm going to want to hear an opinion about PSVR 2. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like it's clear, like you're an Xbox dude, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But I just kind of don't really know that I value anything he has to say about PSVR 2. And so, you know, it's up for each person to determine. But PlayStation Pete, yeah, I'm gonna have to give that Tekken 8 demo a try. We got Tall 133 dude with a $20 super chat. Dude, thank you so much, man. That's a very generous super chat. You're saying, have you ever heard of a game called Nitrous Oxide? N2O was for PlayStation 1, and the whole soundtrack was done by the Crystal Method, and it was the first game you could play on any CD player. I haven't been able to find it. I have never heard of this. The first PlayStation 1, it was the first game you could play on any CD player. N2O. I'm looking at it here. Wow. Came out June 30th, 1998. N2O subtitled as Nitrous Oxide in North America is a 1998 tube shooter for PlayStation featuring a soundtrack composed by the American electronic music duo The Crystal Method. Genre, shoot 'em up. Developer, Gremlin Interactive. Publishers, Fox Interactive, Gremlin Interactive, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Zushi Games. Yeah, dude, I never heard of this game in my life. I'm looking at the some pictures of the gameplay. If I go to shopping here, I'm seeing some copies here, man. Like, well, this one's just the disc on eBay for $20. Mercari selling. It looks like it's an unopened copy, dude, for like $100. Yeah, I don't know if you Google it and you go to shopping. I think you'd be able to find a copy of it, but I never heard of this. That's interesting though. That's like a kind of a fun fact. Saying $100 might be a good deal. Yeah, I can't tell. Like I'm looking at the prices here. It seems like open copies are going from anywhere between $15 and like $40. But that I think was like the only, based off the image, it looked like it was the only unopened copy sitting at like $100. That's pretty funny though. I didn't know that was the first the Crystal Method too. I don't think I've ever heard of that band. Interesting. So, Tall 133 dude, thank you for, I guess, making me aware of this, dude. I don't know if I'll remember it. I might forget about it, but I do appreciate it, man. And thank you so much for the super chat. We have Hicksock, a member for 7 months. He says, Sony diminished their exclusive library for a quick buck on PC, and PC players already wait for Sony games to come to PC and on sale instead of day one on PS5. Yeah, I mean, I get your perspective on this, Hicksock, and it's not wrong. Hey, because I see that too. Come on. Here's how I view it. You ready? Here's how I view it. Let's take like Horizon Forbidden West, for example. Boss, bro. Come on. Sorry, boss is trying to bite my wires. Here's how I view it. Horizon Forbidden West came out, what was it? February 2022. I think it's coming out on PC, February 2024? I don't know if there's a specific release date for it. Hold on. Okay, you gotta go. You gotta go, dude. You're being bad. You're misbehaving. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry, boss was like legitimately aggressively chewing my wires. I don't know why. But I do know that this game is coming to PC, and when it releases, it'll be about 2 years since it came out on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. As far as I am concerned, anybody who is willing to wait multiple years for a game to come to their platform, they were never going to come to your console or platform to begin with. Like they never were. Like these are people, as far as I'm concerned, that they're perfectly content never getting the game. But if you release it on their platform, they'll be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll buy it. That's how I view it, Hicksock. And I think that's how Sony views it, because I do see people, and I think a lot of people just do this to troll me because for some reason they think I give a shit, especially on Twitter, where like I'll talk about a PlayStation 5 exclusive and they'll be like, yeah, I'll wait for it on PC. Like, good for you, man. Like, as far as I'm concerned, you're still losing, like from my perspective, because like I don't know why you're just cool waiting years for a game that you're supposedly looking forward to, but I get it, and I'm not judging anybody. Like if you can do that, like if you have the patience for that, then I mean, what's the problem? You get a PC version of a game that you can do whatever you want with. But I guess I'm saying I don't really view it as like Sony is losing anything. I don't think Sony is conditioning people. I think that's kind of what you might be getting at here, Hicksock, where you're maybe saying like they're conditioning people to just be like, you know what, maybe I'll go to PC or I'll just wait. And I listen, I've said this before and I'll say it again. If Sony at any point begins to think or get the hunch or see in their data that it turns out us releasing these games on PC, it seems to be affecting our console sales. Like less people are buying consoles now, or a noticeable amount of people are not buying them now. And we're seeing an uptick on PC sales. They would stop. They would, because like if it were actually affecting their bottom line console sales, they wouldn't be doing it at all. But they're doing it because it's not. That's the point. Like The Last of Us Part 1 launching on PC didn't stop PS5 from selling an insane amount. No PlayStation Studio title that has released on PC at this point in time has stopped anybody from who wants a PS5 from buying a PS5. Now, hold on. If Sony were to change it to we're going to release our games day one, Wolverine, I mean, like we know the multiplayer games are going to be day one, but I'm talking single player games, right? Like Wolverine, Ghost of Tsushima 2, the next Naughty Dog game, like they're all launching day one on PC alongside PS5. I think that would greatly affect PS5 sales. I do. I think that move would make a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm not going to buy a PS5 now. I'm just going to go to PC because I don't have to wait." People who are buying a PS5 now, I think there's like 3 reasons they're doing so. One of 3 reasons. One, They're doing so just for the exclusives because they don't want to wait and they want to be there when they drop. Reason number 2 is they don't play on PC and they have always kind of played on console, and PlayStation is just a console that they choose to play on. And I think 3 is maybe just, I don't know, even just the more casual gamer where it's like, yeah, I just play like Call of Duty and FIFA and stuff with my friends and Fortnite, and I don't play any exclusives or anything like that. But this, I don't game on PC. I just play on a console. I think those are basically the 3 people playing PC, and I think if Sony were to take the Microsoft approach and put their games day one on the PC, I think a large chunk of people would just be like, yeah, why would I stay on console now, when I can have it all on PC? So I do think Sony, if they, Sony cares about console sales, the console is their priority. I think they have to be careful, you know, like you're saying we don't have FOMO, MBG. I don't think it's so much about FOMO. I think I think it's just a matter of like, because I can understand that too. Like there are definitely some games where it's like I'd be willing to wait for it because it's like I don't need them right now. But it's, to me, it's not so much a matter of fear of missing out as much as it's I think your level of interest. That's my guess anyway. Like if you're like for example, a game like Wolverine, like yeah, I would, no fucking chance I would wait for that game on PC. Like no chance. Like even if they were like it's coming to PC next month, I do not care. I want that game as soon as it's available. But I think to myself, if Sony were to announce like, yeah, Wolverine's going to drop day one on PC as well, how many people would be like, well, I'm not buying a PS5 for that then? Like I'm just, you know what I mean? I think they would feel that impact, but I just think right now the way that they're handling it, I'm just not convinced that anybody who's going to buy Horizon Forbidden West on PC, I'm not convinced that any of those players had any intention of buying a PS5 or 4. Well, I'm not going to say a 4, that who's going to buy a PS4. But I don't think any of them are going to buy a PS5 ever to play Horizon Forbidden West. I don't. So we'll see, man. We'll see as Sony continues their endeavors on PC. Sony has to do this slowly. Yeah, I agree. They are doing it slowly. To me, it's going to be really interesting when they start dropping their live service games. Like Helldivers 2 is like the first game, as far as I can tell, that's like, yeah, day one PC and PS5. And it's like, all right, let's see how that goes. But I don't know, again, like, I don't know that anybody's going to forego a PlayStation console for Sony's multiplayer games, just knowing that you don't know when you're going to get their single player games. Like, how much do their single player games matter to you? Where's the Bloodborne PC version? Good question. We are interested in the games, not the console, MBG. Well, I would make the argument that if that's true, well, never mind. You retracted that comment. All right, well, never mind then. That, to me, that's like the most awkward thing when I happen to read a message that gets retracted, because I don't know. It's just like you're saying there's a typo. I don't know. Look, I don't know what Sony's long-term plans are with PC. I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows. I don't think Sony even fully knows. I think Sony has an idea and some possible plans, but I think it's kind of in flux right now. And so, I mean, yeah, Sony's had some massive failures on PC. They've had some successes for sure that made, probably, like God of War, Spider-Man, Horizon made them good money. But dude, they like brought, I think Returnal flopped hard. I think, dude, Sackboy fucking flopped, bro. Like they brought Sackboy Big Adventure, no one bought that. That was just like a waste. I don't know how well The Last of Us did. But the games that do sell well seemingly make Sony a good chunk of change. Yeah, Days Gone did pretty well. So like it's one of these things where I just think they look at it as I think they have an idea of like which games are more valuable and will sell better, but it's they also have to keep in mind the timing of it as well. Like Spider-Man 2, I don't think Spider-Man 2 is coming to PC in 2 years. I would be shocked if it did, just for the sheer fact of like, dude, Spider-Man 2 is a game that has the potential to sell PS5s until the end of the generation. I wouldn't be surprised if Sony didn't bring Spider-Man 2 to PC until they're getting ready to launch Spider-Man 3 or like announce Spider-Man 3, I mean. But I could be wrong. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima still isn't on PC, and I'll tell you, do you know why that is? I'll tell you exactly why Ghost of Tsushima is on PC. Because they're aligning it with the announcement of the sequel. They know that when they announce the sequel, people are like, fuck, hell yeah. And then like a couple months later, they're going to be like, oh, here's Ghost of Tsushima for PC, by the way. Because we know you're looking forward to the sequel. So there you go. They did this with Horizon. They did it with God of War. They did it with Spider-Man. They're going to do it with Ghost. And that's how I view it anyway. And honestly, they're probably, you know why they're probably putting Horizon Forbidden West on PC so soon? Truthfully, they're probably putting it on PC so soon because they have a multiplayer Horizon game that's going to launch on PC as well. So they want to keep the PC audience that's interested in Horizon, well fed. That's my assumption. Kyle Film with another super chat. Appreciate it, bud. You're saying, yeah, MBG is like saying wait 10 years and you can emulate PS5 anyway. You are buying the console for the time and the first experience, not just the game. Yeah, that's how I view it. And again, man, like I think the console experience is inherently different from the PC experience. I think they share a lot of similarities. And I know that one of the things that people love about PC is how much freedom they have. And I can respect that, I get it. Like having that amount of freedom is probably awesome, but I don't know. The thing I like about the console is it's very streamlined. It may be overly simple, but I think I kind of like that. I mean, I've seen this person say one time that like they were just kind of being an asshole and they were like, "Oh, the PS5 is a toy for tech illiterate dads." And it's like that like what the fuck is that mentality? Or I don't know, maybe people just like playing on a console. You know what I mean? It's like it's just weird to me that it's almost like people act like some people act like they're offended by a console and its existence and the fact that people would choose that. It's like, dude, it's fine, man. Like just can you just let people enjoy what they want to enjoy? I'll tell you right now, man, even if Sony did put all their games day one onto PC, I would still own a PlayStation 5 console. I would actually at that point I probably would try playing more on PC to see what it's like and see if I could get used to it. But I grew up playing consoles and I like that experience. It's just I don't know, I like it and it'll always have a place as far as I'm concerned. You're saying your son won't touch a console now that he's been on PC. That's the thing though. I don't know how old your son. I'm assuming he's like a little bit younger, right? And I'll tell you, if I grew up more so playing on PC, I'd probably feel very differently today. I'd probably be sitting here saying, I hope Sony brings all their games to PC, right? Because that's where I want to play. But I just never, that's not how I played games. I did like dabble on PC growing up, but I just didn't like it. I don't know. I just was always in front of like the living room TV or something, or I had a TV in my bedroom and I was always just in a chair in front of it with a controller. And that's just how it was for me, you know? Um, and also physical games have a big part of that as well. I always bought games physically or got games physically. You're saying he's 11? Okay. Yeah, I imagine it's because he's kind of, he's at that age, where I think what he's experiencing now, gaming wise, um, I guess what I mean to say is like he's still young enough to where if you give him a PC and say you can game on this and then he gets accustomed to that, I could see how it made me look at the consoles like, oh, you know what? I like this better. It's much more freeing and I can do a lot more. And then they just kind of never look back. And then, yeah, there's also the strides and improvement that have been made with PC gaming since, since I was young. You're saying PC is Xbox? Yeah, I don't know, man. I am going to embrace PC gaming to a certain. I'm going to try to anyway. Like I feel bad because I have a very capable gaming PC. Like if I'm not mistaken, I think my PC is more powerful. Like gaming wise, is more powerful than my PS5. So I think I could like run games even better if I wanted to. But I just, I don't know, man. I'm too. I'm just not eager at all. Like I don't have like a desire to just be like, I really want to play games on PC now. Maybe when I first try it and I experience it, maybe like, oh, this actually is not bad at all. And I game on PC now. But it'll probably happen truthfully with Xbox games. I don't know. Again, I don't know when the next Xbox game is coming out, but Hellblade 2 is a game I want to play. I am planning. See, that's the thing is like I'm torn, man, because a part of me is just like I should buy the Xbox console and I should buy a physical copy of Hellblade. But I would like to do that, and I still might. I still might. But then again, there is the temptation of, oh, you could get it on Steam and you could just hook up your DualSense. And it's like at that point it's almost like I'm playing on a PS5. Almost, you know what I mean? As far as I'm aware, you cannot use a DualSense on an Xbox console. So yeah, I could hook my that's the thing. I could just hook my see that right there is what I'm talking about. Like I don't want to hook my PC up to my TV. That just sounds like annoying, frankly. Saying using a DualSense on PC is real easy. It's yeah. I mean, you're saying you think Hellblade 2 is going to be generic like the first one. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like the whole fucking dumbass console war conversations on the internet, especially on Twitter, right? Like it. When I look at a game like Hellblade, it really just goes to show how stupid it all is. Because it's like, do you know the amount of people that have just been for years, even still now? They talk about both sides of the mouth, where it's like just shitting on PlayStation games. Oh, they're just movies and walking simulator, blah 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 blah. One and done. And it's like, dude, what the fuck do you think Hellblade 2 is? Hellblade 2 is literally everything you just described, but they'll hype the shit out of it, and they should. It looks amazing, I think. But that's what's just funny to me is that you just see this kind of nonsensical bullshit all the time. And to be fair too, I'm not just gonna call out Xbox here. I saw a comment on my I think it was during the Game Awards where like I forget who said it, but they left a comment basically like saying how there were a lot of I guess people in the chat being like Hellblade looks bad or blah blah, like basically talking shit on Hellblade, and like they were like if that was a PlayStation game, I think a lot of these people would feel different. And like yeah, I you got to call a spade here. And it's just like, dude, anybody on the Xbox side of things making fun of Sony games for being one and done, for being walking simulators, for being this and that, they need to shut the fuck up. And I think, frankly, anybody who is trying to take a massive dump on Hellblade, trying to make it sound like this game looks ass, bro, it's like, I think you need to shut up too, because it's like, what are you talking about? Like, dude, if Sony was showing this shit off, you'd be all over it. And that's fine. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the harm? And I get it. Like, some people just don't want to admit that Xbox has a fucking game that looks like a Sony game. I get it. And look, if you didn't like the first game, that's where I say that's fair. That's fair game as far as I'm. If you say I played the first game, I did not like it, that's fair to me. Because I've seen PlayStation fans saying like, "Yo, I played Days Gone, I didn't like it." And so I get it. It happens, I'm just saying it's okay to be willing to admit too that maybe like your preferred platform produces games you don't like either. That's also good. But there's just too much of this nonsense in between. Like I played Hellblade 1 and I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. I liked the story. I had fun with the combat. Some of the puzzles were a little bit annoying. I won't lie. Like I got annoyed as fuck at some of the puzzles. So I hope they kind of. But you're saying shout out to me for being cool with what Sony's doing on PC. Some PS gamers act weird about it. Well, look, man, I understand why some PlayStation fans get very defensive, or not defensive, but like concerned, I guess, about Sony doing different things that they just don't normally or have never traditionally done. Change can be scary. I get it, but it's like, I think it just comes down to you. Sometimes I think people have to take a step back and see the bigger picture and understand that the bigger picture, the only way it can really truly come into focus is when you understand what it is they're looking to achieve, you know? And I think some people I think get like very upset at the notion that, oh man, like Sony is devaluing exclusive games. And I think that it like a lot of projection happens where it's like, well, in your eyes, an exclusive game just got devalued. But in the greater context of it, like in a zoomed out picture, no one cares. Like that, like and that is just the truth, man. Like it's a matter, and what I mean by that is the market will shift as it has to shift. For example, when Microsoft decided we're going to put all of our games day one on a PC and Game Pass, I remember the shitstorm that ensued. And you would have thought, this is it. They're fucking done, dude. And like, no, they weren't. The market shifted. Now, granted, I don't think that shift could have happened if it wasn't for Microsoft's infinite amount of money. Like, I guess I'm trying to say I think Microsoft is the only one that could have survived that dramatic of a shift so quickly, like ripping off the Band-Aid like that. But I'm just saying that people just were like, wow, you killed the Xbox and there's no reason to buy an Xbox. And then I think a lot of people were quite shocked when the response from Microsoft was basically, yeah, we don't care. And I think that's when people kind of saw the bigger picture where they're like, oh, like that's just not, you know what I mean? Like that's not their priority focus anymore. Like they just don't care about trying to sell the most amount of consoles. So I guess they just, now granted, we, talking about console sales, it seems like it might be backfiring on Xbox a little bit more quicker than they thought it would, potentially. But I'm just saying, like, I think some PlayStation fans, when they first they first heard about like these PlayStation games are going to go to PC. It's like, I think they just had a knee-jerk reaction of, oh, well, you just killed the console. Sony doesn't care about the console anymore, guys. It's over. It's like, well, no. Like, it's doing great. Like, it's still kicking ass, and it's not slowing down. So it's. I just think people need to understand that Sony is not going to be the one to just dive in head first ever. Like that's just not what they're going to do. I think they did that again though. Like Sony rarely does that anymore. At least PlayStation. But they did that with Bungie. Sony dived in head fucking first with a major acquisition and they cracked their head. I mean, they learned the hard way, man. And this is why Sony, Microsoft doesn't give a shit because Microsoft, every time Microsoft nosedives head first, they have a giant pile of money that acts as a safety net. Okay, so like the risk is just not the same. Sony has a lot of money too, but Sony's going to hit their head. All right. Microsoft, no, they're just going to hit a giant pile of money and be annoyed and move on, and that's that. Sony in it's like Sony can't have the same mentality that Microsoft does. Even if they wanted to, like, I don't think Sony wants to, but if they tried to, like, it would, like, if Sony experienced what Microsoft was experiencing with their consoles right now, Sony would be fucking in deep shit. They would be in deep shit, dude. Like the PlayStation brand, they'd be fucked. But that's just it. Is like they're not in that position, and there are very specific reasons why they're not. And I think people need to understand like what those reasons are. It's look, I'm overcomplicating it. It is as simple as Occam's razor. Why are Xbox consoles not selling well? Microsoft doesn't care about console sales anymore. Okay, why are PlayStation consoles selling so well? Sony cares very much about console sales still. That's it. It's that simple. So when you take that simple logic and then you look at the difference in approach that Microsoft and Sony take on PC, one's very catered, very careful. One is basically just a nuke where it's like, it's all going. It's all the same. And I think the problem is people continue to try to have these conversations as if there isn't a major difference. And there is. And, I get it. Some people, I don't know, some people are still going to have their own take on it. And that's fine. Devil Shooter saying, I get annoyed when people argue exclusives knowing everything is/will be on PC. Just go there if they want to argue so strongly. Well, yeah, I think like in the long run, maybe. I don't know that I'm totally convinced of that, Devil Shooter. Like the idea that everything's going to be, I don't know about that. Well, yeah, maybe you're right with emulators and stuff. Yeah, you're probably right about that in the long run. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, people just need to let the market speak. And I know that I'm being a little bit hypocritical saying that. Well, because I have my own opinions and I'm going to speak my own opinions and they may go against what the market's saying. So I guess a better way to phrase this is we have to accept the market is going to speak, regardless of how we feel or what we say. And that's a tough pill to swallow sometimes if you're really passionate about certain markets, Just like I have to accept that, look, man, I may be a huge advocate for physical media and games, but if the market ultimately determines we don't fucking care, and each year more and more people don't care, and it eventually gets to a point where no one cares, what am I like? The market has spoken. The market has spoken. There's nothing I can do. You could call the market dumb, but it doesn't matter. Like that is what it is. And that's where it's like the only option we have left is to kind of again be the old men and women like yelling at the cloud, being like, "God damn it!" But it doesn't matter because like well, you either go forward or you stay left behind. And I've seen people doing that. Like I've seen people saying like, "Dude, I'm just going all retro." I'm staying in the past because it's better here, and I can respect that as well. That's definitely a viable option. Michael Lynch, sorry to keep you waiting, man, with a $5 super chat. He says, obviously I'm behind. Greed has nothing to do with the new Sony EarBuds. Mystic got to test them out, and he said they are comparable to $300 ones. That's what I've heard. Yeah, I didn't know if did Mystic make a video on that? I feel like I would have called that. But yeah, that's what I've heard as well, man. I heard that these earbuds that Sony's putting out, like the audio quality is being compared to, like, it's punching above its weight audio quality wise. That's what I've heard. That the Sony Explorer earbuds are actually comparable to like $250, $300 headphones. The only thing I heard that's actually a major negative, not major, but the only real negative I heard about the Explorer earbuds is that they lack certain features like noise canceling or whatnot. But you're saying these are planar magnetic headsets for $152 and it's a steal. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Is it how do you say planar? That's how I'm gonna say it. Magnetic tech is super expensive. That's where I'm just saying. I just think people don't they just don't want to hear. It's planar. Okay. That's not, I can't read it that plainer. But I think that's what it comes down to. Is like more and more people are just. It's tough, man. It is tough out here because this is what I'm talking about. Where it's like, I'm not saying you're dumb if you're upset that these earbuds are $200. But I do think it's like a knee jerk thing where it's like, ask why. That's all. Like, why are they $200? And you'll probably realize there's actually a pretty good reason, and it's not just, well, because Sony's fucking greedy, bro. You know, it's like, okay, if that's what you want to think, but probably not. Like, they're probably very high quality. They probably have audio quality comparable to other earbuds that are in a similar price range. You know, like but it's just like people don't want to hear that though. You know what I mean? And I'm convinced that look, I am convinced at this point that the people who were complaining about this stuff like so aggressively, I'm convinced that they are people that just have no intention of ever even buying this shit in the first place. You know, it's like, oh well, you have a lot to say about this. Were you ever planning on buying it? It's like, no. And that's the power of the internet, you know, like anybody can fucking say whatever they want, regardless of their intent. And this is just why I don't know, man. I just feel like people got to do their own. It would be wise of people to do just a little bit of their own research. And for me, what really sold me, well, first off, I was sold immediately because I always wanted a product like this, from PlayStation specifically. But what really sold me was the first in-depth review. I think it was from CNET, where it was like an audiophile dude. It was like, this is very good. Like for the price, like this is actually really, really good. And I think people are going to be very happy with this audio quality. And I'm like, okay, maybe it lacks a feature or two. It doesn't have like noise canceling. But to me, the most important thing is, how do these things sound? Like I heard the battery life isn't exceptional, right? I heard the battery life is like 4 to 5 hours. I'm like, well, that is on the low end, but again, it's like, I don't know, man. That's still pretty. Like I don't know it. There's literally never been a time in my life where I've worn a pair of earbuds for that amount of time. Like I've never had earbuds in my ear for 4 or 5 fucking hours. Never, for any reason whatsoever. Even at the gym. Like I could understand maybe the inconvenience of, well, I have to charge them frequently. That I can understand. But this idea that it's like, I don't know. You know, I'll be real, man. People told me, they didn't tell me, but I saw so many people complaining about the DualSense Edge battery life. And people made a big fucking deal about this. We're like, dude, this thing fucking sucks. I have never once had it die on me. Never. I won't lie. I got pretty nervous a couple times where I think it's like a glitch or something where it tells me the battery is at 1 bar after like a half hour of playing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Hours later, no notification that it's about to die. It's never died on me. And it's just like, damn, dude, I'm really glad I didn't listen to literally anybody bitching to me about the battery life, because I would have thought in my mind, like, I'm not going to be able to enjoy this controller because it's constantly going to die on me and I'm always going to have to charge it. Never once has it died. And and I don't know. But then again, I also recommend to everybody, if you buy a PS5, do yourself a favor. I mean, I'm sure most of you here have PS5 already, but if you're like a new buyer, do yourself a favor, get the charging stand, the official PlayStation charging stand. I think it's like $30. Believe me, well worth the money, man. Charging stand is phenomenal. Put it right next to your PS5. You're set. You have 2 DualSenses. You'll be set. Never have to worry. You're saying the battery lasts quite a while, even when it's blinking and says it's low. Yeah, that's what's crazy to me, man. Is I never once had that notification pop up. But another thing too, though, and this is something people should probably try to do. I set it so that my DualSense automatically turns off after 10 minutes if it's not in use. So that could be another reason why as well. But I don't know. I'm just saying, man. Like I just I'm not saying that I expect people to come out and be like, yes, please charge me more money. No, no, we're not asking to be charged more. I'm just saying, why can't people ever just seemingly be excited or happy? Like, from my perspective, I think it's awesome that Sony is developing all this new hardware. Like, Sony has never done this much in the hardware space for PlayStation in such a short period of time. And I understand that for some people, it's like, well, it's so expensive and it's not all of it's affordable. And I agree. I still don't have everything, but I just think it's kind of awesome that these options are there for anybody who may be interested in it, you know? Because that's what it's for. It's not for everyone. That's the point. It's like these things are not made for everyone. The only thing that's made for everyone is the PS5 itself. Outside of that, everything's just it's there if you want it. You want a second controller, go ahead. You want PS Plus, it's there if you want it, or like extra and premium. You want a fucking PlayStation Portal? If we can produce enough, boom, there if you want it. Yeah, this is why I'm just saying, like, dude, I don't mind Sony taking we're the premium, platform holder and we sell premium products. I don't mind that as long as it seems like it's worth it. That's all. And if it's not worth it, guess what? You know what the solution is? Don't buy it. Who would have thought? Such a crazy concept. Are we getting that DualSense 2 hot and cold tech? Dude, I'm so interested to see if Sony actually pursues that with the PlayStation 6. That's going to be so funny. Like, I cannot wait to see how they market that shit. You're playing Horizon 3 and you're in a snowy tundra and the DualSense gets really cold. Like, does it get uncomfortably cold? How cold does it get exactly? Am I going to want to turn this feature off? Because that might sound... What about how hot is it going to get? I don't know, man. I love it, though. I love the idea of it's like, how far can we take this? It's like the... one of the things I did turn off on the PSVR 2 headset is that the vibration in the headset. I turned that shit off because I'm like, I can't do that. All right? Like, I love the idea, and the first time I felt it, I was like, whoa, that's intense. But then I started to realize, like, I don't like that on my head, on my face. I don't want, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to have this massive headset like shaking my face here. So I turned that off. You turn the rumble off on the DualSense. The only time I've ever done that is when a developer clearly misjudged the DualSense, where it's like I don't remember the specific game. There was like a couple of games where the vibration on it was like way too strong, where I'm like, this is actually like making my hand almost kind of hurt. Like it's giving me like that weird pins and needles sensation where it's like, guys, this is overkill. And it's like happening frequently. That was the only time I turned it off. But generally speaking, most devs have done a really good job with it. All right, let me see here. Oh man. No, the video didn't freeze. I'm sorry. I had to check something. All right. I have one other topic I think to discuss before we bring this show to a close today. Just give me one moment. It has to do with the PlayStation 5 Pro. Hold on one sec. Okay. Actually, I have two topics. All right. So the first one I'm going to run through pretty quickly. I meant to talk about it earlier, but so just to round it off, we talked about the UK sales data and the US sales data. We now have sales data for Europe for November. Okay? MBG, 4 out of the top 10 selling games this year are Xbox. Well, I thought sales didn't matter. Which is it? Which is it here? I don't know. I'm just kidding, D. I don't know. You've never, to be fair, D, I don't know that you've ever said that. But I'll tell you this. How much did Microsoft pay to make that happen? How much did Microsoft pay to make that happen? 4 out of the 10 top selling best games. How much money did they invest in that? Here's another question. Did they make their money back? Of course, I'm being facetious here, but yeah, that's what Microsoft paid for, dude. Like, it's a long-term investment. They're not going to make their money back anytime soon. At least that's not usually how this works. But I'm just saying, like, if you pay, look, people keep shitting on Xbox and Microsoft all the time, like making jokes and stuff. Like, oh, you paid this amount of money just to not win any, like whatever. I just look at it as, yeah, I would hope so, dude. You pay nearly 100, like what, $75 billion, $80 billion for these two publishers. I would hope you're getting some game sales, like a lot, because that, like, again, where have we seen that type of investment across the industry? When and where? The answer to that is we just haven't. This is unheard of. So I don't know that I can say, wow, that's really good for Microsoft. Like 4 out of 10 of the top selling games of the year are Microsoft-owned titles. Like that's good. Like, yes, objectively that's good. But when you look at the bigger picture, you're like, they had to dump like nearly $75 or $80 billion to make that a reality. It kind of balances the scales a little bit. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the thing though. Like, if you're gonna care about sales, and people tell me all this all the time about talking about Xbox sales. If you're gonna care about the sales, you have to care about the context surrounding them, right? And I agree 100%. So in this case, we do have to consider the context. All right, but speaking of sales, I came across this from Zubitech. I can't seem to find it anywhere else. I'm going to look after, but apparently in the European market for November 2023, the PS5 is at number 1 with, get this, 376% year-over-year increase. Nearly 400 fucking percent increase. What? That's actually kind of mind-blowing. I don't even know how it's possible, but Spider-Man 2 at number 5, PlayStation Portal at number 8. Let me see. Obviously, Call of Duty best-selling game. Hogwarts Legacy at number 3. EA Sports FC 24 at number 2. Grand Theft Auto 5 at number 6. Red Dead 2 at number 9. I need to see if I can find the rest of the data, though. I don't know how Xbox is looking. I'm trying to, because I know this. I think I saw that the Switch was down by like 35% or something. But either way, man, the PS5. I don't know. The PS5 is fucking unstoppable, dude. I don't know when or if PS5 console sales are going to slow down, but we're not at that point yet. I think they still got like another year or two before we start to see any kind of slowdown. But Sony could try to stack the end of this generation, kind of like they did with the PS4, where it's like, let's just kind of have a barrage of exclusive games and big releases, and we'll use that to really kind of push sales. But I don't know if anybody has the data for Xbox and Switch. I only saw the data for PS5. Well, because, yeah, dude, in October, Xbox sales were down 52% in Europe. PS5 sales were up 150, like 47%. So now PS5 sales are up for November by 376%. I don't know if Xbox is in the if they have a positive percentage or a negative again. Let me look. Europe game sales November 2023, because we've been talking about how Xbox has been struggling. PS5's been doing good. Switch is struggling. Here we go. Console sales in the tracked European markets for November are up 59% year on year to 1.3 million consoles sold when looking at the same 4-week period. It should be noted, console sales in the UK, Germany, and some Eastern European countries are not included. The PlayStation 5 was the best-selling console with up 376% year on year. They're saying, however, last year's sales were weak due to PS5 stock shortages. That's weird to me. I thought last year the shortage was over, but that would explain why that is a crazy jump. 376%. That's like not normal. The Nintendo Switch was the second best-selling console with sales down 35% year on year, and Xbox Series came in third place with sales down 26% year on year. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit, dude. I cannot, but like that is, I don't even know. I need like an analyst. I need somebody to come in here and tell me what the fuck this means. PS5 up 376%. Nintendo Switch down 35%. Xbox Series down 26%. What? I mean, I am getting scared at this point. Like, Sony, please slow it the fuck down, man. Not that I don't want to see it do well, but it's like this is like, what even am I looking at here? You're saying it's pretty simple. What do you need clarification on? I don't know. I don't know that I need clarification. I just need to know, like, is this how it's gonna be? Like the Switch, I get, because it's like people are very much anticipating a new Switch console, and I think the Switch, I think in the next year or two, once the Switch is out, we could very well see the Switch actually outselling the PS5, and that would be good. Like I do hope we see that, because that is going to be some needed competition. But dude, oh my lord, Sony has right now like zero fucking competition, at least in Europe, console sales wise. Like that's insane. I will say, if there was ever a time where Sony picked the right time to drop Spider-Man 2 to move units, this is the right time, because I think the competition is going to be much different next year. At least I hope so. But for anybody wondering why Sony doesn't give a fuck about announcing new games, one more time, PS5 sales up 376%, Switch down 35%, Xbox down 26%. Yeah, Sony is not going to listen to me saying you should show more games. They're going to be like, why? Why should we? Dude, that's the saddest shit, dude, is like Sony probably sees the fans being like, we need new game announcements, and they're just like, but why? It's like, well, don't you want to sell your console? It's like, we are. Well, then, it's like, well, I don't know what to say at this point. Yeah, there are big third-party games coming. We'll see. Well, so here's the thing. They're saying here that one of the reasons why the PS5 is up that much, like 300, it's like nearly 400%, is because apparently last year there was still a shortage in Europe. So it'll be very interesting to compare November of 20, like when it's a whole year from now, but come this time next year, it'll be interesting to see what PS5 sales look like in Europe, because they're probably gonna be down, because it's like, I don't know how Sony's gonna go beyond this here. This is insane. Dark Horse with a $5 chat. You're saying year over year, Xbox did really good. Last year, you need to look at Xbox sales last. I'm trying to hold on. So you're saying year over year, Xbox did really good. You're saying I need to look at their sales last year. Well, hold on though. I don't. How though? You're saying you live in Europe. The shortage ended in March of this year. Okay. Oh, I don't know. See, but this right here is why. Like, it's kind of funny because somebody mentioned earlier, like, yo, PlayStation or Microsoft has like the top 4 best selling games of the year. Like, they have 4 of the top 10. And it's like, again, I don't want to get into I'm not going to get into this conversation again, but it's just, and can people begin to kind of see like why it makes sense, why Microsoft would be like, maybe we should just be a publisher? Like, we're just fucking bleeding money on console sales, but meanwhile, we're fucking killing it with game sales and just having like some of the top best selling games of the year. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just not that unthinkable at all. It's not. Where am I getting these numbers? From gamesindustry.biz, I think is where it came from. So I have one other topic to talk to you guys about, though. You're saying Xbox bet it all on Game Pass and it's not working. I would love to know the answer to that question. Just out of sheer curiosity. Not that I give a shit that much, because it's like, whatever, man. Like, I'm not rooting against Xbox. Like, I'm really not. See, that's Lord Cannon. You're saying it is working. Dude, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it is or isn't working. I mean, listen, if we go, I'm going to get, like, look, I'm just going to lay it out for you, man. Well, it's working for you. There you go. If we're trying to figure out if it's working for Microsoft, though, if we go based off of Microsoft's own words, it's not. Or it wasn't. And that's Microsoft during the court trials or battle. That, yeah, dude, Phil Spencer was straight up like, yo, if we don't fucking skyrocket this shit by 2027, we're fucked. He said that under, he could have been lying. It's business. You know, they could obviously be lying, even under oath. Like, it's business, dude. But, you know, this is a reminder of like, why did they buy Activision? Because what they're doing isn't working. That's why they bought Activision. And I'm not saying that to like shit on Xbox, because it's Sony would have to do. I mean, Sony has to do things differently when it's not working for them either. But it's just, this is why I find it strange that like so many people are so quick to believe that they know, like, oh, well, Microsoft will never do this, or they'll definitely do that. And that doesn't make any sense. It's like, dude, go back to what they said in the court trial. Like, they painted a fucking dire picture, man. And granted, they may have exaggerated that picture for the sake of getting this over the line, but I'm not so sure. I'm just not convinced. That's all. Because at one point in time, I did think Microsoft was completely lying. Like, I did. I really thought, like, they are bullshitting. They're trying to take over, and they're going to say whatever they got to say. But it's like, well, I don't know now. Maybe not. Guess we'll find out. Josh Z with another super chat. Thank you so much, buddy. You're saying Sony, like, stop buying the console and will announce new games. Also, I find it hilarious that Xbox can't even outsell Switch, down 35%. That's awful. That is wild. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the Switch is down 35%, but still sold more than Xbox. You know, see, people think that Sony, like, and I get why. They think that, like, Sony fired Jim Ryan. You know, this is Jim Ryan's doing. Specifically in Europe, right? Like, for people who are wondering why Jim Ryan got promoted to CEO, this is why. Jim Ryan is the one who was in charge of making PlayStation successful in Europe, and he fucking destroyed. Like, I mean, look at this. Like, he killed it. This is why they made Jim Ryan cookies for his going away party, man. For his retirement party, they made Jim Ryan cookies. I mean, when I say, I don't mean they literally made him cookies. They literally put his face on the cookies, guys. I mean, you know you've achieved something at that point when Sony puts your face on a fucking cookie to celebrate. That's so funny, dude. So Josh, thank you for that. We have JD Gamer with a generous $20 super chat, man. Thank you so much for that. You're saying Sony is number one on a metric that is becoming less relevant by the day. Example, Blockbuster was number one until it died. Circuit City was number one until it died. Sears was number one until it died. All based on measuring things the old way. Well, I appreciate that, JD Gamer, because that's very true. That's absolutely true. And I mean, here's the only thing about that, though. Right now, because what you're saying is a fact. Like, these companies, they definitely were measuring things a certain way, and it seemed like everybody around them was trying to say, like, guys, you gotta change. Like, you're getting left behind. I do agree. I do agree that it is a possibility for sure that Sony could be. I mean, we watched this happen with Bungie, right? Like, they could be betting on the wrong horse, but it wouldn't just be Sony. It would also be Nintendo. So it would be two of the three, like, major platform holders betting on the wrong horse. And in Sony's case, the reason why I don't think Sony, or specifically PlayStation, has any chance of ending up like any one of these companies like Blockbuster, Circuit City, or Sears. Well, first off, they are completely different markets. But second off, it's because Sony has put things in place, as far as I'm aware, to ensure that doesn't happen. For example, PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium. This is something, and this is where I think people don't give Jim Ryan enough credit, where, like, it may be expensive and not, and in the eyes of people, not as valuable as Game Pass, but that's not the point of it. The point, as far as I'm concerned, of PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium is to basically be a fail-safe. It's there to basically make some extra money for anybody who wants to subscribe to it, and keep their service relevant. But it's there so that way, if Microsoft was right, and it's like, oh shit, they did win with Game Pass. Like, it turns out that they just had to buy a couple publishers, and now Game Pass it's taking over. And console sales are stagnating, and no one's buying. Like, I don't know, console sales are just starting to flounder, and there's just this massive shift. See, Sony, while they might still be a little bit behind, if that shift occurs, they still have, like, we have Extra and Premium. We can make this shift now. We might be behind because we didn't embrace it the same way Microsoft did, but we're still in this fight. We're still in this game. And most importantly, we still have our own studios. We still have our own games, and we can leverage those for our service, because if that's what it's all about now, it's all about the service and the numbers. Hold on. I got to let Lay out. Give me a second. Sorry. And JD Gamer, Navinzer, I'll read your chat. Let me read JD Gamer's first, just to follow it up with what he said. He said, even with all of those console sales, how is it that Xbox now makes more money than Sony right now? With such a huge difference in console sales, shouldn't they be making a lot more money than Xbox? Well, see that right there demonstrates, again, it's kind of like this. It depends on your perspective of it, right? Because the perspective that you're speaking from, it paints Microsoft as a fucking titan that is about to stomp out Sony. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but that is the perspective, right? So your perspective leans more on the side of, let's flash back to when these trials were happening with Microsoft and ABK. When I was saying, like, dude, Microsoft is out here trying to murder Sony, and this is why Sony's trying to stop it. This is why, like, all of this flack is coming their way, because it's like no one's falling for or people shouldn't be falling for the sad, sorry, like, we're little old Microsoft and Sony is beating the shit out of us and we can't do anything. And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't believe that, because I'm like, how is, like, that doesn't make sense. Like, you're a multi-trillion-dollar company. Like you played a game with a certain rule set and you lost, and now you're trying to change the rule set. Like you're trying to change the game. And I'm not saying that they're even wrong for doing that. I'm just saying you can't lie that through that. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot lie about we are trying to change the game so that way it's more in our favor. That is smart. That is business oriented thinking. This is how we win mentality, and it's necessary. But my whole thing is like the whole thing is they seemingly tried to convince everybody that that's not what's happening, right? Or that like that's not even remotely what's happening because we're so far behind. Like, we're just doing this to survive. Like, no, you're not. At least that was my thought. But I'm still not convinced entirely though that that they aren't doing it to survive, because you have to. It's the Amazon effect, man. Like that, I think that's what you're speaking to right now. It's because you're saying like, how is Xbox making all this money? They're making more money than Sony now. Like, shouldn't Sony be very worried about this? And it's like, well, I'm sure they are, but Sony is also looking at what Microsoft did to get here, right? Like, it's not like Microsoft we just made awesome games and suddenly, we're fucking rich now. It's like, no, like, we just bought all these games. We bought all these games and now we're a revenue leader. And well, okay, well, how much did you pay? Oh, like $75-80 billion. It's like, yeah, but that right there is truly the twist of the knife for Sony, potentially, because it's like, well, that's a lot of fucking money. I mean, aren't you at all worried? Like that maybe you invested too much? It's like, are you kidding me? We're fucking Microsoft. There's no such thing. Now that's where the scary shit, to me, that's where Sony has to be ready to pivot if they have to. Because, like, if there's one singular thing Sony cannot underestimate for Microsoft, like, we could talk about console sales, we could talk about, the quality of games, so on and so forth, and get involved in all these conversations, which I still think are relevant and interesting. But the one thing Sony cannot underestimate is the fact and the reality that money is nothing to Microsoft. It doesn't exist. It is not. They just can't underestimate that, because the thing that Microsoft is ready and willing to do that could kill Sony and Nintendo. Well, maybe not Nintendo, but when I say kill Sony, I mean kill them in the sense that they are not competitors anymore. Is they can fucking afford to wait. They can just sit back and say the change is coming. We're good. Like, it's not tomorrow, it's not next year, it's not 3 years. It might not even be at the beginning of next generation, but that change is coming. And when it does, we have secured ourselves. And we know how we secured ourselves, because we spent $80 billion to secure ourselves. We invested in our service back in 2016 and 17. And that's why I'm saying, like, there's no guarantee that will happen. But what Microsoft is betting on right now is Microsoft is betting on that future. And the scary thing is that if somebody says, well, what if it takes 10 years to get there? Aren't you worried that you'll sink in that time? No, that's not a possibility for Microsoft, for Xbox. That is the thing that Sony has to be fucking terrified about. And not terrified in a reactionary way, just in a real, like, dude, like, you are dealing with a like Amazon-like situation where they will fucking wait. And you have to make sure you don't fuck up while they're waiting. Because every time you fuck up while they're waiting, well, it's gonna hurt you, And I don't know, man. It's why, like, I look at this Bungie situation, and I think this is like, I'll be honest, like, I think the Bungie situation for Sony is like the first major fuck up. That's like, oh man, you guys cannot afford to do this shit. Like, you will destroy your fucking empire here by making dumbass decisions like this. And that's just as far as I'm concerned, that is now a fact. Based off of what we're seeing. But JD Gamer, and I'll finish this up too, because it looks like this is going to be the closing super chat here with you. You're saying it's not my perspective, it's facts based or facts on their balance sheet. It's not about the console war companies they are in this for money, and Microsoft changed the game to win. And you're not wrong about that, man. And it's like, look, this is why when we have these conversations, to me, they're so fascinating, because we have seen, you're right, we have seen like these companies hang on to the traditional way, like to the old way. And I have to imagine that there are companies that did do that and they won. Like they still came out on top. Where it's like it turns out that them holding on to the old way or sticking to their guns did work out in their favor. I know for a fact there has to be examples of this, just like the examples you named, where you named the examples where it didn't work out. Where they bet on the wrong horse and they fucking paid for it severely. And to me, like when you mention like Blockbuster, the thing that's scary about that is Blockbuster, as far as I'm aware, like they tried, like when they started to realize like, oh my God, we're fucked. Like we bet on the wrong horse here, guys. They tried at the last minute to pivot, but they couldn't. Like it was too little too late. That's where I feel like, dude, I don't think they're in that position, man. If we're going on the scenario that Microsoft is just brute forcing their way to the future, that's not quite here yet, but it will come to pass. I do think Sony, while they're not brute forcing themselves, I think Sony is making slowly but surely strategic moves to ensure that if that massive shift happens, that tectonic shift in the industry, where suddenly this is just the way it is now, Sony will survive that and potentially get through it very gracefully. And again, PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium. Jim Ryan did that shit because he's like, no, we're not scared about Game Pass. Like, we're not scared that Game Pass is going to take us over, but it's like, we should probably have a failsafe in place, right? And maybe we'll just make some extra money on it, possibly. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much. I don't know if Sony. I imagine Sony's making money on PlayStation Plus. Okay. What about the console? Right. Well, we will focus on the console. Console will be the priority. But you know what? Let's start embracing PC more. You know another reason we're embracing PC? Live service games. People might not realize this, but if this tectonic shift occurs, if this is what the game, right? The business ends up turning into, where it's like, it's just about being revenue giants and profit-driven revenue giants. That's all it is. Console sales, even subscriptions to a certain extent. Maybe this shit just doesn't matter nearly as much. It's just about having these fucking games that just rake in the money. You just mentioned that, or not you, but someone else. Again, the 4 best-selling games. One of those games is Call of Duty, right? I don't know what the other games are. Maybe you can let me know. But I know one of those games is Call of Duty. And dude, Call of Duty, it does get a fuck ton of sales, and that's a huge revenue driver, but it's the microtransactions, dude. Like, it's just this game, it makes an ungodly amount of money through microtransactions, probably the bulk of its money through microtransactions. And it's like, that is what Sony is chasing, for better or for worse. Sony is aware that, like, if this shit does shift, even if it's 5, 8, 10 years from now, and Microsoft did bet on that future, well, we made our own bets, and they might not pay off, but those bets are on live service games. If it's true, no one wants to fucking buy consoles anymore, or consoles just don't matter anymore, because that's not how people are playing their games, or console sales are floundering, right? And it's true that it's all about the sub services, and it's true that it's all about the fucking live service revenue. Well, let me ask you, is Sony not taking steps to, again, they're risky, but are they not trying to ensure that they at least are ready to go down that path if need be. I'm not convinced that the answer to that is no, they're not, because I would say I think they are. And I think if anything, this is what has made many PlayStation fans uncomfortable to a certain extent, because it's like, well, why the fuck are they going for live service games? It's like, dude, you gotta read the writing on the wall here, man. Like, they would be crazy not to. At this point, it would be more risky for them not to, because it's like, dude, that could be Sony's, saving grace in the future. I know that sounds absurd to some people, but it fucking could be. Just in the same way that, like, if you had told an Xbox fan like 5 years ago, hey, you know what Microsoft's saving grace is going to be? Not Game Pass, not any of their studios. It's going to be them spending billions of dollars to acquire Activision and Bethesda. They would have said, like, dude, that's insane. Like, no, that's not how that's going to work. Who would blame them? It's like, of course, that sounds absurd. Like, what are you talking about? How is that going to save Microsoft? It's like, no, that's literally what's going to happen, man. That's exactly how it's going to play out. I'm telling you, like, it's the equivalent of me saying to you right now that, dude, Sony's live service Horizon game is going to be their fucking saving grace. Or, who knows? Like, Sony London's fantasy fucking live service game is going to come out and blow everybody away. And that's going to be their saving grace 6 years from now, 7 years from now. I know it sounds insane. And to a lot of people, that it's like, that's impossible. But this shit happens, man. Like, we cannot sit here and pretend or be arrogant and convince ourselves like we know how this is going to play out. We do not. The only thing I want to say that I feel confident in is that the console will have a place for Sony. I don't think PlayStation console sales are going to fall off a cliff anytime soon. I think even if the future is live service, even if the future is sub-services, I still think, at least for Sony and Nintendo, and I would assume Xbox, hopefully, the console has a place. But I also want to say that single-player games are always going to have a place within Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft. But it's just, yeah, man, it's I get what you're saying. It's so fascinating to think about. And I don't want Sony to become like that arrogant company that's like, we're not going to do literally jack shit because you're fucking wrong. I would prefer Sony to be like, we're pretty sure you're not right. We're pretty sure you're betting on the wrong horse, but just to be safe, we'll have our own fail-safe plan, or our plan B or whatever. We'll like set up things, put them in place. You know what I'm saying? Just to cover your bases. Like, what harm is there in that? In covering your bases? I don't think there's any harm in that. So we'll see, man. You're saying MBG, I think that future is very likely to happen. We have every other industry for proof, but Sony is still preparing for it and gets to make billions off the consoles now that Microsoft gave up. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I do think that Sony, again, like, Sony's not, like, people talk about Sony like they're stupid. Like, they're not stupid, man. Like, they can make mistakes and they make bad decisions, of course, but it's not like they aren't. Listen, at the end of the day, and this is just a hard truth that every PlayStation fan has to hear, right? Like, and even an Xbox fan, Nintendo fan, it's the way it is. Maybe not Nintendo, I don't know. Nintendo truly is different, seemingly. But my understanding of Sony as a business, as a corporation, is like, dude, they will do what they have to. Like, I know we all kind of have this expectation where it's like, oh, Sony would never do that. Like, you don't, like, dude, they're not in this to make people happy and satisfy a very, like a core fan base if it means they're gonna fucking get left behind, or be just be in a fucking awkward position. They're not gonna do that. Like, they're gonna do what they have to, and if that, and you better believe that what Sony banks on is the same thing that Microsoft banked on. Do you think Microsoft didn't? Do you think Phil didn't know that when we make this transition, when we make these changes, and I'm sorry, Severin, I'm going to read the rest of the super chats. I apologize. Sometimes I do a poor job balancing this. I'll just say this last part. Do you think Phil Spencer didn't know that it's like when we make this transition from like Xbox being a console and it's all about the console ecosystem and selling units, and we're just going to shift over the next like 7 to 8 years, subservice, games everywhere, games on PC, subservice on PC, acquisitions, value, right? Like subscribe. They knew there was going to be a lot of shit, like a lot of flack. And I remember, dude, clear as day, dude, Microsoft got fucking hammered by the gaming community when they first started making these decisions, because it was very abrupt, and even a lot of Xbox fans were fucking annoyed. But what happened is eventually those, like most of the Xbox fan base, like look at Xbox fans now. How many Xbox fans that are cheering on Game Pass and basically saying console sales don't matter, how many of those same people, when you go back, were cheering on the console and basically advocate, like wanting to see the Xbox console come out on top? Whether it was with the 360 days or somehow with the Xbox One, and they were a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. And that's the thing is Phil knew, and Microsoft knew, like they'll fucking follow us, because what are they going to do? Go to PlayStation? and that's what I mean. It's just like Sony, Sony has that exact same fucking mentality towards us, or at least most of us, where Sony is aware, like Sony's like, look, I'm not saying that everyone will stay, but Sony is aware that if they have to make if they feel they have to make certain changes, most PlayStation fans are going to be like, okay. And that's the reality, because that's where you see like the 1% vocal minority. You get these like crazy, like I remember when like Sony announced some games were going to PC, like you saw crazy people on the internet, like I'm smashing my console, I'm fucking lighting my shit on fire. It's like, dude, you're literally, I think, the only human being doing that. I think everybody else is just like, okay. You know what I mean? And it's just like anything else. It creates a little splash, but then the water settles. Well, they don't have a choice now. Nowhere to go. It's funny shit, dude. I'm not going to lie. Like, when you kind of like zoom out and look at the trajectory of how this shit has unfolded, it's pretty funny. Novinzer with a $5 chat. You're saying here Xbox is going to go from power your dreams to power your PlayStation because we're going third party, LMAO. Listen, people have said, and you guys tell me what you think of this. People have said that what's going to happen is eventually, like, dude, just PlayStation and Xbox are just going to both be services, applications that you download on your TV, on your phone, on any device, and like that's it. That's what they are going to become. Do we believe this is true? Is this? I mean, not now, but like 15 years from now, that's what it's going to be. 20 years from now, that's what they're going to be. That's how these brands are going to evolve, and that's what they're going to evolve into. You think in like 2040? Yeah, I think it could happen. I think it would happen sooner than that. That's a long time, dude. I don't think the human race will be around in 2040. Straight up. I don't mean to be such a doomer all of a sudden. Severin Evans, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, man. You're saying here, MBG, you blew that out of proportion. What he was saying is people focus on Xbox in terms of console sales. If they make more money with less, the metric isn't correct, is it? They sell less but made more. You skipped my first super chat. I'll ask again, if they make more money with less console sales, is the metric correct? Doesn't seem like that matters. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. I have a tendency to do that when I have these conversations where I get very I get worked up and like really into the, I don't know, I spin my own fucking web here that I get tangled up in. All right, so taking a step back, I mean, I understand that very well, believe it or not. Like I understand it's like, well, okay, we're this one area of our business is shrinking and the numbers are going down. Obviously, that's not good. We would prefer not to do that. However, the most important part of our business, the bottom line, that being our money and our profits, is going up like a lot. It is, I mean, it's just at that point, it's just common sense that it's like, well, then what does it matter? It doesn't. If the most important thing is in the, it's in the green or in the black, whatever, however they say it, and it's doing well, then it's like, well, we will try to do what we can for this area that's lagging, but we cannot do it at the expense of this. I get that, and I understand that that's basically what is being said here, to an extent. But that same logic, though, and that to me, what I guess what's interesting is that same logic, literally applies to Sony as well, where just reverse it. Essentially, the area that Microsoft is hurting it, or that Xbox is hurting in, where it's like, man, our console sales are down. No one's really like, people just aren't buying our hardware. Dude, I saw the Series X is at $350 on sale in the US, and the Series S is at $150. Microsoft's getting desperate, man. Like, I'm not saying that uh in any kind of way, except that, like, that's that they're trying to sell a console for $150. It's like, holy shit. So I think that's smart because, like, if you're trying to get units in people's homes, that's how you do it. But on the other hand, you look at Sony and it's like, well, all right. My question is this then. Taking a step back, you're right. If you're trying to communicate that, like, Microsoft is basically doing fine, Xbox is doing fine. Let's just put console sales to the side. Xbox is doing fine, like, better than they ever have. Well, then I guess the only question I have at that point is, well, then how is Sony doing? Sony seems to be doing just fine as well, if not better than fine. They seem to be doing very good. Um, but it's interesting because, like, I think Sony's trying to fill in the only gap that they're struggling with right now. When I think about it, like, I think both Sony and Microsoft have to try to fill in gaps here that they're struggling with, and I just don't. It's kind of funny and ironic in a way where it's like the gap that Microsoft has to fill in is, well, we have to try to figure out how we're going to sell consoles. You're saying it's the quality, yeah, it could be that too. But just on a more surface level, it's like, oh, well, we need to sell more consoles and we need to get more people on the Game Pass, right? So that's what we're gonna do. And maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Maybe we'll succeed, maybe we won't. I feel like, on the other hand, the only gap that Sony is missing is, like, they need. Hanzo, you're saying your brain is fried. Yeah, mine too. Yeah, I got to end this very soon. Sony just needs to have some successful live service games. Because if Sony can have successful live service games, their games could be on those lists. Maybe not necessarily top 10 best selling, maybe, but top, maybe top 10, top 20 most engaged. The more engagement a game has, the more money it'll make through microtransactions, presumably. Hanzo, you're saying Xbox made $16.28 billion in 2021, $15.56 billion in 2022. PlayStation, on the other hand, made $24.6 billion in 2021 and $24.4 billion in 2022. Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting because I feel like JD Gamer represents just a different perspective that I don't have I don't, just to be clear, I don't have a problem with it at all. I think it's interesting. It's what makes these conversations interesting is he represents, I think, the other side of it where it's like, it seems like there really is a divide between Sony and Microsoft. And I asked myself, like, why does it seem like things are more toxic than they ever have been, like across the internet with this shit? And the reason why I think it is because it's a philosophical like difference to a degree where it comes like both of these companies are basically asking us, and this sounds a little bit dramatic, but for lack of a better term, to just believe in one thing or the other. Instead of choosing one console or the other, right? Because that's what it always used to come down to. Like, you're gonna buy the Xbox or the PlayStation. Microsoft said, no, don't buy the Xbox. We don't care, but we just want you to buy into this. And it's like, okay, but on the other hand, so now they're kind of like flipping it on Sony, where Sony's like, okay, well, we want you to buy the PlayStation, but we want you to buy games too. And it's creating this question that wasn't always there. And that question is, people are now turning to Sony and slowly starting to ask, but why? Like, why should I buy your game? And that, it's not like, don't get me wrong, it's not affecting Sony negatively because most people are not questioning. Most people still, and there's nothing wrong with questioning. Like, I think it's fine to question that, but that's where it's like, it is creating this divide where it's like, okay, the answer is not one that people want to hear. And it's not because it's a shitty answer. It's because it's just a hard truth answer, right? Where it's like, okay, well, Microsoft, why and how? How can you offer me this great deal, right? When Sony and Nintendo aren't, but you can somehow. But you're also promising me these games. And Microsoft's answer is one that definitely people want to hear. And it's an easy answer to digest, which is, oh, it's because we're covering it for you. Like, we're making the investment. We're buying the games. We're putting them in the Game Pass. Don't you worry about it. Just enjoy it, right? And like, just subscribe and more's to come, right? And that's what has created this kind of culture of like cheering on Microsoft buying more because, oh, I get more in Game Pass. So it's like very, very meticulous and smart marketing. See, the Xbox marketing division, not sure they knew what they were doing in the past. Microsoft's marketing division, once they got involved, oh yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. Now, Sony, on the other hand, if we ask Sony, okay, Sony, look, man, do you see what they're doing? They're offering me $11 a month. They're putting all their games day one. Why aren't you doing that? Why can't you do that? Right? Can you do that? So Sony's answer is one that people don't want to hear, dude. We can't afford it. We just can't. We can't make these games and afford to put them. We can't match that. And so it just puts the consumer in this position where it's like, you have to decide now. Are you okay with that? Sony is making it clear, like, you're gonna have to buy our games, and that's just how it's got to be. And I'll tell you right now, based off of what I'm seeing, I think the market is still like, they have spoken, and the market is saying like, yeah, we'll still buy games, not just from Sony, but across the board. Like, games like Hogwarts, right? Like, they're even Call of Duty, like, which is owned by Microsoft. Like, people are still buying games. People are still okay with buying games. And this is why I'm saying, see, this is why people need to fucking realize that the idea of Microsoft going third party is not at all ridiculous. It's because the market is basically saying, in the face of Microsoft's great value deal, yeah, we'll still buy games. So if you're Microsoft, you probably start to think to yourself, oh my God, these people still want to buy games. Like, Starfield still fucking sold great. I mean, it's like, like, what do you do at that point? What do you do at that point? You probably think, well, fuck, we should probably try to sell as many games as we can. Shit. If the market's still okay with it, then let's do it. So I don't know. JD Gamer with another super chat here. I appreciate it, bud. You're saying you can't be PlayStation selling more consoles making less money, thinking you're doing better than Xbox, the guy who's making more money. Other companies see this. Well, I get that. I get what you're saying, and you're right. But there are other factors. There is more context here because keep in mind, Sony is also seeing the investment. So are other companies. See, this is where Sony, the dumbest decision Sony made, and this was, I don't think this was an arrogant move on Sony's part. It was just straight up a miscalculated one. Sony actually, at least Jim Ryan, based off of what he said, believed that their acquisition of Bungie was going to ultimately be more valuable than Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. And it's like, well, that was about as wrong as it could get. Microsoft is sitting here with what will likely end up being the number one best-selling game of the year on their platform because they could afford to buy that. And you are sitting here with a company that is telling their employees we might have to do more layoffs, because we're not making enough money. And so if you think about like really the only difference here between these two is I do think the pressure is mounting on Sony for a little bit here, quite a bit in the live service area, because Sony is not in a position where they're not making good money or they're not like doing well. Like their revenue is fine. PlayStation's revenue is fine, but it's just that, again, like Microsoft, the only thing Microsoft has over Sony is their money. Spend money to make money. And Microsoft put that into effect like we've never seen before in this industry. Sony can't do anything about that. Like Sony can't stop. Yeah, it is basically apples to oranges at that point where it's like Sony can't stop. Like, let me back up. What I'm trying to say is Microsoft spending nearly $80 billion to leapfrog Sony in terms of revenue doesn't invalidate the console sales and the meaning behind it and the success it leads to. And JD Gamer, I think that's the one thing you might be lacking here with this, again, the bigger picture conversation is that, like, yes, it may be true that Microsoft has found a way to make copious amounts of money, but they had to pay for that out the ass, right? And they can now brag to their shareholders that, like, we're making them. And yes, I understand that in the long run, this will probably work out for them if it keeps this up. But that doesn't mean that Sony selling 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 million, 100 million units of their consoles isn't also going to make them copious amounts of money. It like does kind of become a situation where it's like comparing Coke sales to Pepsi sales. It's a little bit extreme, but it's like, are we gonna say like, oh man, Sony is a fucking failure, right? Because they're not making as much money. Wait, Space Gambler, why did you hide JD Gamer? Space Gambler, I'm going to need an explanation here, bud. Okay, maybe, I guess that was an accident. It says it was hidden and then unhidden. I guess it was, I don't know. It was an accident. Fucking mods getting crazy these days, bro. What are my mods doing out here? But you're saying it was an accident? Oh, it's all good, man. Yeah, I know. It happens, dude. Sometimes fascist mods. No, it's because when you click on somebody's name, dude, like as a mod, like there's so many different options. It actually is a lot easier to click that, like to ban somebody or something by accident. I've done it accidentally before as well. It's actually very annoying. You know what the most annoying thing is when you're trying to click one person, like you are actually trying to ban somebody that's supposed to, that needs to be banned, and you accidentally click the wrong name, like underneath it or above it. Sim Particle, you're saying the Housemarque effect is in full swing across PlayStation Studios, and I'm all for it. Valhalla is incredible. No Return is probably going to be really good. Yeah, man, I'm in agreement. It's the Housemarque effect. I like that. We're seeing Housemarque's influence on PlayStation Studios, bro. And they're doing good. They're doing good work out here. I love it. JD Gamer, another super chat. I appreciate all the support, JD Gamer. You're saying it's not about our console war these companies, for these companies. It's about money, and that's why you see all these new Japanese plus international company partnerships with Xbox. No, I to be clear, I agree. It's not about the console wars. Like, I don't think Sony at this point really cares that much about how little or any kind of boost that the Xbox console sales get, because I think as far as Sony's concerned, they're just like, yeah, we've won this in terms of the console sales, right? And Microsoft says that's okay because we don't care about it anymore. Go ahead, win it. And I guess all I'm trying to say, man, is that it is about the money, and it is true that Sony has to work on their profit margins. And here is a reality, and here is the truth. Recently, Microsoft CFO Tim Stewart, he said that they're trying to pursue high profit business margins, right? Like that's what it is about. It's about pursuing these high profit business margins, and hardware is a low profit business margin. And when you look at what Sony's doing, right? Sony is like, well, we need live service revenue. That's what we're chasing. Well, what is live service revenue? It's a high profit business margin. What is Sony struggling with right now? The biggest thing Sony's struggling with is their profit margins. Like, Sony is a revenue juggernaut, but they are like, it's not like dire, but it's like they could do better, and they're gonna even Sony CFO said, like, and President Hiroki Totoki, he said, yeah, that's our focus going forward. So you are right in that essentially at the end of the day, ultimately, Sony and Microsoft are chasing the same thing. I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe sometimes these conversations seem to just get us nowhere. Certainly, I would say, to an extent. I still enjoy them. And I appreciate you guys listening. But I think they ultimately maybe get us nowhere, and we come to that realization because it's like, I don't think that either way is invalid. I think that is the reality that's beginning to dawn on everybody slowly. It's that the way Microsoft has chosen to do it and the way Sony has chosen to do it, they're both equally valid. They both come with their own set of risks, right? Where in Microsoft's case, we talk, is it fair, right, that they are buying Activision to get ahead? And well, of course, it's like, yeah, it's business, dude. Like, from a moralistic standpoint, like, we could evaluate on a personal level if we agree with that or not. But it's like, at the end of the day, that's fair game in business, And they said, this is how we're going to raise our profit margins, by becoming more of a publisher and less of a hardware manufacturer. And that's it. That's what they did. And they did so by buying some of the most successful live service games and mobile games, right? Which are also, I guess, live service games. And you look at what Sony's doing, and Sony's like, yeah, we're going to continue doing what we're doing because it's not going bad. Yeah, we're selling all these consoles. We're selling millions of copies of our games. It's going pretty well, but we need to increase our profit margins. Okay, what's the best way to do that? Live service games. So Sony isn't out here buying like a publisher for their live service games or multiple publishers for their live service games. Instead, they're saying maybe we can just make our own. And again, that has its own risks. It's the risk here for both is failure at the end of the day. And that failure comes in the form of, but what if your games suck? That's it. That at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. But what if your fucking games suck and nobody plays them and you don't make money on them? Like high profit margin money, right? Well, in Microsoft's case, are we going to bet against Activision Blizzard? Well, you could probably bet against Bethesda from the live service perspective because they seemingly failed with their live service attempt. But what about Activision Blizzard? What about Minecraft? I don't think anybody's going to bet against these. Microsoft isn't betting against them. Microsoft's buying into them. Sony, believe it or not, and this is not to be negative towards Sony, it's just, I think, the reality. I think it's the objective reality. Sony is in a riskier spot. Sony doesn't have... The only thing Sony has to potentially usher in the age of successful live service games for them right now, the only thing they have in front of them is their own studios, is their talent. And they have to rely on that talent to be able to create meaningful, profitable, high margin profit, fucking live service games. And so when people say, like, I don't know if Sony's going to do that, I don't know that I trust PlayStation studios to do that. That is absolutely a fair and valid concern where it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sony said it themselves, like they can't make their own Call of Duty because it's unreasonable. Okay, so maybe you can't have Call of Duty levels of success, but can you get anywhere near that? Maybe. Well, what's it going to require? It's going to require talent. It's going to require luck. So this was a very, very, very long-winded conversation that I wasn't expecting to have here. That's leading us to a nearly 4.5-hour podcast, and I still have to do a members lounge. And so I guess here's where I'll end it. All right. I think that what we are basically witnessing from a high level is two big companies. I mean, I know Microsoft's bigger than Sony, but just for simplicity's sake, two big companies. They are looking to drive high profit margin business because that's what the shareholders want and expect. And that is a thing that exists in this industry more so every day as we continue to see games like Fortnite and GTA Online and the sports titles and Call of Duty and Minecraft just keep going and going and going. Unstoppable, making more and more money. They're the safest bets. I won't lie. I am concerned about how Sony's going to navigate this because I don't think Microsoft knows what they're doing any more than Sony does in this area. I think Microsoft has more of an advantage, but look, I understand it's like, oh, Halo Infinite made a comeback. Yeah, but it took time. If Halo Infinite made such a comeback and is really that successful of a live service game, why did they feel the need to buy ABK? It's because it wasn't enough. And I'm not saying this to shit on Microsoft because honestly, I'm very afraid that Sony's going to find the same fate. Sony could find themselves in a similar position where if they can't strike gold, man, with any of these 12 live service games that they're producing, you're saying even the finals game is failing? Is it? I thought it was off to a good start. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, you see these developers where they're putting their best fucking foot forward. This is the next big thing. And it's like, but is it? You think you're going to pry people away from Fortnite? I guess what I'm trying to say, man, is Sony might discover at the end of the day. And if there's one thing where Microsoft might end up being right about, even though it sucks because it's like, well, what a crappy industry, I guess, that this is the reality. But the one thing Microsoft might end up being totally right about is, you know what? We're not going to fucking build it ourselves. Like, we're going to fuck up. It's going to be a disaster. We should just buy it. And I hate to say that because I don't, like, that is uninteresting to me. Like, it just genuinely is. Like, I am at least more interested in the fact that Sony's going to drop all these fucking games. And it could be a nightmare shit show. It could be. And that would suck. But it's at least like, okay, we're entering the unknown now. That is more interesting to me than Sony being like, yeah, we bought Fortnite. I don't know if Sony could buy Fortnite, but it's like, yeah, we bought Fortnite. It's like, what the fuck? Like that is the most unexciting shit to me. But it's like, well, we just secured our future. That's in conclusion, we need The Last of Us multiplayer, and that's that. That's true. You're right. It's not impossible to convince people to switch games. It just you have to produce a better game. Like that's the challenge. And in a way, we're in this space with live service where it's like, how do you convince Call of Duty players to go play a different FPS? You got to make a better game. Okay. What about GTA Online? You got to make a better game. You got to make a game that's better to play and it's more satisfying than GTA Online. Good luck. Shit ain't easy. This is what I'm saying. I don't know, man. I don't know. I gotta say, I very interesting conversation here. I really enjoyed this talk. I really did. I don't know how the fuck I'm at nearly 4.5 hours, but thank you guys for being here with me, seriously. And thank you for all the support. I am gonna end the stream here though, because I do have to do a members lounge, and if I go any longer, that's just not gonna be a possibility. All right, so all right, so yeah, as I close this out, I want to just extend a big thank you to everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening to my tangents and my rants, but most importantly, thank you for your direct support. We're sitting at 33 members on the day, which is awesome. Crushed the goal here. Went beyond it, which is awesome to see, and a lot of super chats, which I very much appreciate. And yeah, to everybody who supports the channel directly, seriously, you guys make these conversations possible. And I'm extremely grateful for that. So shout out to this community. Here's the only thing. My members lounge might be a little bit like, it might be 5 or 10 minutes later than it normally is because I got to get some shit set up. But it's going to happen. Okay. So yeah, I just basically got to have a little intermission here. And yeah, also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps. Devil, I'm sorry, man. I did not mean for this stream to go on so long again. But thank you. Thank you for what you do. So, all right, that does it, guys. I will catch you in the members lounge. If I don't catch you in the members lounge, I will catch you in the next one. All right, so until then, guys, take care.